The June 10th, 2023 County Board meeting. This is Board Chair Christian Dorsey presiding, and today I'm joined on the dais by my colleagues, Vice Chair Garvey, as well as board members Crystal, DeFerranti, and Karen Tonis. Thanks to all of you who are joining us here in the boardroom, as well as remotely through Microsoft Teams. A few announcements before we get away with the first portion of our meeting, which is public comment. Masking is optional here in the boardroom. If you would like one, they are available from our clerk, who's located in the front of the room, directly to my right. Board members, as well as senior staff who are participating in the meeting today, are continuing to practice social distancing, and you may also see us wear masks, depending on our preferences. We do have people who are participating today, both staff and members of the public, remotely through Microsoft Teams as part of our hybrid meeting model. If you are intending to speak at today's meeting, if you are here in person, as you come up and address the lectern, it can be adjusted to a height that is suitable to you. There are up and down arrows located to the right as you face the microphone. You don't have to adjust anything else, and just make sure you speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear you. If you have documents that you would like the board to receive as part of your testimony, please submit those to the clerk, again, seated to my right, and make sure that you have your contact information, including your name, on all documents. For our remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are asked to speak. You will need to unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you are using the phone, or by clicking the microphone icon on the toolbar if you are using Teams. A Spanish language interpreter is available for our public comment portion. Welcome, and would you please introduce yourselves in both English and Spanish?
Good morning, my name is Johanna Marquina, Spanish-English interpreter. Buenos días, Johanna Marquina, intérprete inglés-español.
Gracias, Señora Martinez. Occasionally, board members may leave the front of the room and go stretch our legs. Don't worry, we can actually monitor the meeting in the back, even though you cannot see us. So with that, we are ready to hear from our public comment speakers. As a reminder, purpose of public comment is to hear from individuals who will alert the board on an issue that has not been subject of a recent public hearing, nor is scheduled for an upcoming public hearing. To ensure that we have the opportunity to hear from speakers on a range of topics, and to be fair and consistent across all speakers and issues, we do have a one speaker per topic rule. This helps the board identify and efficiently manage the main portion or the main purpose of today's meeting, which is to get through the agenda, which has been noticed to the public, and we have people who are waiting to speak on various topics therein. We do appreciate everyone's help in adhering to the meeting procedures and being fair and respectful to your fellow residents. If you are here as part of a group at all and want to show that there are more than you who share the sentiments that you will convey, we do invite one representative of the group to speak on everyone's behalf. And importantly, there are other ways to engage with members of the county board on any issue that may be of concern to you. You can always write to us at the email address countyboard@arlingtonva.us. And if you desire a deeper and more dynamic conversation to explore issues of concern to you, we do offer on most Mondays an open door Monday session where one member of the board will participate. And if you'd like any information on all of the ways in which you can engage with members of the county board, please see our clerks, both in the room, Ms. Jacobs, and out in the atrium, Mr. Kushner, who will be happy to assist you. With that, Ms. Jacobs, will you please call our first two public comment speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Natalie Roy, followed by Ann Bodine.
Good morning. I'm Natalie Roy, a 32-year resident of Lyon Park and a candidate for county board. Arlington's new expanded housing options, aka missing middle, remains one of the top issues in our community. Not surprisingly, many in the community are still asking what are the goals for this densification plan. A new report from the Northern Virginia Association of Realtors and George Mason University predicts 2023 will end with Arlington single-family home prices up an average of 9.2% from the year before. The report also stated that, quote, "The recent announcement by Arlington that single-family homes in some areas can be converted to multifamily may spark a surge of investor activity that will drive up home prices for those units that are on the market." In other words, the EHO program is already having an effect on the market, and it's the opposite of affordability. Whatever the board's goals were, it's essential to track because you can't evaluate what you don't measure. The county publicly stated it intended to publish real-time data on permit applications and approvals through the open data portal. The county also posted a list of what it would be seeking in terms of information about the projects. It also said it would create an online dashboard and provide annual reports. July 1st is 3 weeks away, and no further details have been released. There's been no public input. I have some questions. Will the program actually start on July 1st? Has there been a lot of interest among developers and investors? Are public information sessions being planned? What actual data will be available real time? What data will be available only annually? And why can't that data be released more frequently? And finally, will there be public input asked for as the county goes forward with the implementation on this program? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Mary McCutcheon.
I had some slides. Okay. All right, thank you. My name is Ann Bodine. I'm here to talk about displacement for Barkoff tenants. Next slide. So the county in 2013 approved neighborhood form-based code, allowing much larger buildings along the pike, but agreed to protect 6,200 affordable units, of which the bulk was 1,300 at Barkoff Apartments. This is Arlington's largest market rate low-income housing with our most diversity. The complex was sold in 2021. Amazon and Arlington put up over $300 million, and Jair Lynch promised zero displacement. Next slide. It's important we keep our promise. The terms of that commitment have been vague, and many tenants are actually moving out. There are a few groups working with the tenants, but no one knows the full plan yet. There's displacement, gentrification, flooding, school, park space implications. Next slide. These are just a few of the tenants who are at risk. Next slide. Barkoff contains many, 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 perhaps hundreds of mature trees and has a potential for flooding and Doctor's Run. So infill is very important to monitor, and the county needs to be involved. Next slide. 90% of bicycle usage in the county is among whites. There's a very low incidence among tenants of this community and along the pike in general, but the county is planning to remove parking lanes along George Mason. It's very unlikely redevelopment will add these back in. We need to recognize the needs of low-income tenants. Next slide. The county said that there's zero displacement, but this only applies to people earning 60% of AMI. But 60% of the tenants here are at lower income levels. The county needs Jair Lynch to keep tenants in Barkoff, and the county and Amazon need a mechanism to address displacement and brief it to tenants by August. Next slide. Many Barkoff residents have been active members of the community for decades. I ask you to commit to concrete steps that will show them how much we value their continued
Thank you,
residence.
Ms. Bodine.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary McCutcheon, followed by Elizabeth Grossman.
Thank you. When I built my house in 2015, I knew I would be putting in a bioretention facility, or as I call it, a rain garden. It was mandated by the county, but I was totally on board. My system attracted a lot of positive attention as I opened my home to tours and lectured school children. I'm still proud of what I have, but I get no positive feedback from the county government. Right out of the gate, county administration has framed their role as adversarial and disciplinarian. I recently had some inspectors come. They found violations, and I will have to correct them or else suffer legal consequences. This is all because of state mandates MS4 and County Code Chapter 60. I'm having flashbacks to catechism. Until I was kicked out, I listened to the nuns go on and on about sin and going to hell, and heard nothing about love and compassion and good citizenship. Most of the citizens in the county are like me. They care and want to do what's best for stormwater management. But when faced with scolding, many people, me included, become resistant and defiant. There is a better way. First, establish a community of people who have rain gardens to support one another. Second, the role of the county staff should be helpful and constructive rather than disciplinarian. The expertise in the county could be tapped as a resource rather than avoided for fear of reprimand. Third, if the county is required by MS4 to do inspections, these should not have to be overlain by threats of legal action. There should be a sense of pride rather than fear. Now that the county is trying to encourage additional homeowners to put in rain gardens that are not mandated by MS4, I can say with certainty that no amount of tax benefit would compensate the citizens for the kind of ordeal we suffer now. The deal is simply not worth it.
Thank you, Ms. McCutcheon.
Thank you, Ms. McCutcheon.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Grossman, followed by Jane Zimmerman.
I have slides.
There you go.
My name is Elizabeth Grossman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Arlington Tree Action Group. Ms. Crystal, ATAG commends you on your vote in April 2020 when you were the only board member to object to the removal of 24 trees at Met Park simply to allow Amazon more storage construction equipment, to stage more construction equipment for the first phase of the HQ2 project. We thank you for that. We also thank you for our wisdom. In 2019, in an interview with Northern Virginia Magazine, you said, next slide, please. One of the hottest topics right now is tree preservation in Arlington. At every public comment, we'll have people basically saying that the county is failing to lead and letting down the community because trees are being destroyed everywhere they look. Then I was talking to a group of 5th grade Girl Scouts on Sunday, asking them what they liked about Arlington. One girl raised her hand and said, "I just really like that people don't cut down trees." Next slide. Now, data helps so much. Our tree canopy has grown 2.5% in the last 5 years, but people either perceive that the county they love is being clear-cut, or they see neighbors that are making trees a priority. One of the things I think is so fascinating is how people can look at the same environment or issue in Arlington and arrive at completely opposite conclusions. Next slide. Data from a 2017 tree canopy study based on data collected in 2016 showed an overall tree canopy rate at 41%. This was an improvement over the 2011 study. However, in 2021, we found it declined to 33%. Next slide. Your wisdom, Ms. Crystal, is clear. It's always better to rely on data instead of perception because almost anything can skew a perception. Without data, we would not know, for example, that our tree canopy has declined more than 19% since you joined the county board.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Grossman.
Our next speaker is Jane Zimmerman.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jane Zimmerman, and I'm here as a resident of the Old Dominion Civic Association. I wanted to kind of preview for the county board issues that will be coming up this fall. I'm speaking on my own behalf, but I am a member of the Civic Association. And there's been a lot of turnover on the board since 2015, when the Old Dominion Civic Association and residents were promised to have a park. We are the only civic association and neighborhood in Arlington without a park in our community. And often that has focused on the corner of 26th Street and Old Dominion Drive. This is a separate issue from the desire of Marymount University to develop some land as well. There's been a long-established task force working on a park for the Old Dominion Civic Association, which had a meeting just 2 nights ago. That task force is active. We're also working on creating a request for the capital improvement plan budget in the fall, so that that park can be included. For those of you who weren't on the county board back in 2015, this goes back to the discussions and negotiations regarding the location of Firehouse Number 8. And in any event, there are various options for the park, but this is something that the community and residents feel really strongly about. I know it's also tied into other issues such as the Spout Run Watershed Management Task Force. So again, to preview for you that a lot of this will be coming up in the fall. There has been turnover since 2015. There'll be more turnover after the election this fall. And last but not least, Libby Garvey, we look forward to welcoming you to our 4th of July celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment speakers, Ms. Jacobs?
Not at this time.
Well, thanks to everyone for joining us today, and we appreciate your raising your concerns and issues before the board. We'll go in order to see if there are any that we can either address or direct staff to investigate further. First, Ms. Roy, who brought comments about missing middle. The implementation date is July 1. I'll look to the manager briefly to see if there is any issues with that implementation date not being met.
There is not. Also, Ms. Roy raised the question about the data that we would make available and refer people back to the board report we had in March that listed all the types of information that we'll make available on our portal and the My Arlington app. As of right now, since we haven't received any applications, there isn't any data to be made available. Also, the annual report was meant to be a summary of that information that will become available on an occasional basis and wrap that up. But we're also, when we put it out there, if we're missing anything, we also welcome feedback about what other additional information we could add.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I'll just add, Ms. Roy, anyone who talks about what may happen in the future and uses words may is clearly projecting. And since this hasn't been implemented yet, as an esteemed real estate professional, you know that any activity that's based on what may happen that has not yet been implemented is entirely speculative. And unfortunately, we can't control what people irrationally do, but once we have our implementation out on the street, we will actually be able to measure activity to actually determine the impact of the choices made with expanded housing options and the housing market. Ms. Bodine, as it relates to Barcroft and affordability, I would just note that turnover does not equal displacement. There's turnover that happens at apartments all the time. When we negotiated and constructed the deal to avoid no displacement of Barcroft residents, it had a couple of key components. One, for the first year after acquisition, rents would not be raised on anyone. That was actually honored and followed. Beyond that, everyone was converted to long-term leases that had currently or hitherto been subject to month-to-month tenancies, creating a degree of income and rent security. Further, when those converted to yearly leases, tenants had at least 90 days, and in some cases more, depending on individualized hardship, to avoid any increases in rent once those became long-term leases. And then finally, each individual tenant who had an individualized circumstance, which was not covered by the policy, was worked with, and to my understanding, in all cases, had terms that were satisfactorily met to allow them to continue. So in fact, there has been no displacement in the sense that we view displacement, actions of government or private developers that are forcing people to move. In fact, it's been quite the opposite. And as it relates to your request to know about and have tenants in the community understand the plans for the future, those are still being developed, so it's not that they are being kept from anyone. And in fact, on a monthly basis, there are meetings directly between Barcroft owners and their tenants to give them updates on what's happening in the community. We are made available of what those meetings look like in terms of attendance and issues discussed. And a number of us live fairly close by and engage with the tenants at Barcroft regularly. And while I certainly understand that a lot of them have concerns about what might be coming up, they are very much kept in the loop on a very frequent basis as to what's going on. Anyone else on the Barcroft issue? Ms. McCutcheon, appreciate it. Had the opportunity to speak with you at an Open Door Monday previously, and you raise some interesting points for us to consider as it relates to how to impose our regulatory requirements. And so, first, you spoke about creating a community of citizens who can really support one another as it relates to moving forward with sustainability, specifically with rain gardens. I would recommend to you Eco Action as just one source of a community of citizens who can provide that level of both sort of technical advice, real world experience, but also create that kind of like momentum and encouragement that comes from knowing that your neighbors are all working toward the same thing. And as it relates to can regulatory regimes be a little more user-friendly and a little bit more compassionate. And that's something that I think we should think about quite a lot, because while we do have requirements to, impose our regulatory mandates, in an equitable way. That does not mean that we cannot do so compassionately and with an eye towards helping people as opposed to making them feel like they are being scolded. So we'll take that to heart. Other comments, starting with Ms. Garb.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to echo, I guess, what you said, Mr. Chair. I have had other residents come upset about how they've been treated. They said, I'm just trying to do the right thing. That was a while ago. I'm hoping things have gotten a little better, but clearly maybe not as much better as they need to. So I think we do need to work on this because more and more people are going to be trying to do this, and it is complicated and it is difficult, and we want to make it as easy as possible for people.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Take to heart your concerns about customer service. I'm thinking of my own efforts on a permeable driveway and the letter that I got. You mentioned that the deal is not worthwhile. There's components to it, right? You can get a little bit more space on your home as far as lot coverage with a permeable driveway, certainly the regulations with respect to rain gardens are distinct. I'm hoping that there's a place where we can improve customer service and it can feel a little bit more as though the deal, because there is an advantage for us to have a permeable driveway at my own home, the deal can feel more worthwhile. So take to heart your concerns on customer service.
Ms. Crystal.
It's nice to see you, Ms. McCutcheon. This is not why you're here, but you are here, and you have given us really good feedback over the years also about the weed ordinance in the county, because I know that's another area where you have experienced negative enforcement for essentially trying to do the right thing and rewild your garden. And with feedback from you and others, just wanted to note, when that came before the board, we had directed the manager to please take a bigger look at that. And my understanding, the manager can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we've had an interdepartmental team working with the examples from the Northern Virginia Regional Commission and some of the other sort of more environmentally forward groups about what a model ordinance could look like. I believe that is up for public comment right now ahead of a July RTA. So while we've got you, I thought I'd put in that plug because I know that's an area you've contributed in the past and we appreciate it.
And Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Crystal stole my thunder because I was about to talk about there is a famous saying, you catch more flies with honey, right? So our inspectors usually should have also the task to educate and to try to find solutions that really work in complex environments. A rain garden is not just a bioretention facility, it's way more than that. So there is, in each individual case, a balance to be found between a lot of different actions. One of the benefits of connecting with other people who do the same is to actually bring to the table and have this positive feedback loop with regulators about how different activities potentiated themselves, and we get a positive outcome. It's not only the bioretention, it's the pollinators, it's all this together. It's actually caring about an ecosystem. So thank you for bringing that up, because it's not only customer services as to say to people, hey, please be more, gentle, understand your other side, the recipient of a message, etc. But also to maybe look at whether we should invest a little bit in the education of our inspection services so that they can act better in the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we had Ms. Grossman. So a couple of thoughts. One, direct you to the upcoming engagement that will hopefully result in the board being able to consider adoption of the Forestry and Natural Resources Plan later this year, where a lot of the issues and substance that you raised will be brought up. Certainly, issues about data are ever present as it relates to tree canopy. Recognize that you presented data that included both, I believe, public numbers as well as a privately commissioned study by residents. Those are all things that we resolve in the course of public discourse, and would also, remind everyone, since we tend to have this discussion at the board, if not monthly, quite frequently, that the activity concerning trees and tree canopy includes both public actors, but substantially includes private actors who are not entirely subject to the regulation of the government body. So as we talk about what we do as a community as it relates to enhancing a tree canopy, a goal which each and every person on this dais has been on record as encouraging, We recognize that it is not just us, it is all of us. So with that, I will look to see if any other comments on that. Seeing none. Ms. Zimmerman, thank you for coming and letting us know about what's upcoming in the fall. We very much look forward to seeing what some of the community conversations have coalesced around in the 26th and Old Dominion area. We recognize that it's going to involve the marrying of a lot of different plans and priorities and perspectives. It's not going to be the easiest thing to do, but we certainly have hopes that we can enhance the community open space in the area as part of our upcoming investment. So thank you very much for giving us that early heads up, and we'll look forward, starting with Ms. Garvey, maybe hearing from the neighborhood over the 4th, engaging more in the fall. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in and for sort of helping to nuance this. Since 2015, I was not on the board, but I have been thinking about this during the midst of COVID. The working group's proposal was a bit more costly than I thought was wise. And then during COVID, extensive planning for the park that has been long discussed did not seem to me the right priority in the midst of getting vaccines out and responding to the emergency. But it has been continued to be on my mind. I really appreciate in particular your foreshadowing a solution that notices that there's a couple of issues there. There's proposals from Marymount, and then there's attempting to address the park issue. So I am sorry that I cannot join Ms. Garvey. I will fess up that I am, after 2 or 3 years being in town for July 4th, I'm going to fulfill a family commitment on that day, but I'm sorry I can't be there.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm looking forward to the parade, thank you. And I'll just say, you know, a lot of people have a lot of plans, and sometimes organizations will come out with plans and everybody thinks, oh my God, this is what's going to happen. So those organizations don't speak for the county at all, so just not to be too worried about what some groups might be proposing.
Thank you. And with that, we will take a 2-minute break before we actually resume with consideration of our consent agenda. So let's all be awkward for 2 minutes. To move to consideration of our consent agenda. Ms. Jacobs, can you alert us to any items that have been pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, item number 14 has been pulled. It's the interim use for the Career Center short-term parking.
Thank you.
Oh,
And seeing no request to pull any other items, I'll now entertain a motion for consideration of the consent agenda. So moved by Ms. Garvey. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Carantonis. So we now have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 14. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. So we will hold a public hearing on item 14, which was pulled from our consent agenda by a member of the public at the start of the evening segment of our recess board meeting on Tuesday, June 13th. The public hearing for that will begin no earlier than 6:30 p.m. If you would like to speak on that item that was pulled from today's consent agenda, you can register on the county board's website starting today. And if you don't have access to a computer, you can call the county board office at 703-228-3130. Starting on Monday, to register to speak at the public hearing. And if no items, the board just voted to approve dozens of other consent agenda items, including minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items are placed on our consent agenda not because they are unimportant, but because they were thought to be non-controversial. And so I'll take a few minutes to highlight several in particular. The board adopted a resolution to designate the Marbella Apartments as a voluntary coordinated housing preservation and development district and approved a related use permit. In 2022, the Marbella Apartments obtained a site plan to rehabilitate and preserve 62 affordable units in 6 garden-style apartment buildings. However, because these buildings are legally non-conforming structures, the applicant was prohibited under our zoning ordinance from making necessary structural changes. Today's designation and approval of a related use permit, which required submission of a low and moderate income housing plan, granted the applicant the ability to proceed with those necessary renovations. Item number 22, for food delivery and shared commercial kitchens. This continues the county's commercial market resiliency initiative. We have amended the zoning ordinance to expand the definitions of food delivery services and to streamline the related regulatory approval processes. Specifically, these changes would expand food delivery to a by right use, include a full spectrum of shared commercial kitchen business models, such as those designed for takeout rather than dining in, and consolidating and modernizing food-related terms in the zoning ordinance. We have updated our Northern Virginia Hazard Mitigation Plan. This update looks at our current hazard mitigation procedure strategies as well as current vulnerability data, and was developed in close coordination with representatives from neighboring jurisdictions to assess the risks of hazards we face as a Northern Virginia region. In addition to Arlington's commitment to being ready to respond to disasters, localities must update these plans every 5 years to remain eligible for federal assistance. The board has also authorized the county manager to accept a $373,000 grant from the Virginia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services for outpatient support provided by our Department of Human Services. This funding will help increase capacity in areas that include serving Arlingtonians that are older and in need of intensive care, that are in permanent supported housing and have mental health, have a mental health diagnosis, and who may need psychosocial rehabilitation services. Lastly, the board has authorized the advertisement of public hearings, future public hearings related to proposed changes to the Arlington County zoning ordinance and to the Code of Arlington County. These include item number 36, which will be heard publicly by the Planning Commission on July 3rd and the County Board on July 15th. If approved, this would amend zoning ordinance to update existing telecommunication facilities regulations that do not conform with state code and would correct technical errors related to fence encroachments on corner lots and in the town center regulating plan of the Columbia Pike Form-Based Code. And item 37, which will be heard publicly by the County Board on July 15th. And if approved, this would amend Chapter 6 of the Arlington Code to authorize funding for bonuses to increase the recruitment and retention of county employees. Okay. With that, we are now ready to move on to our regular agenda. And once she's ready, Ms. Clerk, welcome your calling the first agenda item.
Okay, item number 39 is SPLA 2218, which is a site plan amendment to amend site plan number 13 for construction of residential and retail development with modifications located at 1600 East Street.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, do you have a staff presentation?
We do. Joining us this morning is Courtney Badger. Good morning, Courtney, with backup support from Joanne Gabor and Anthony Fusarelli.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and board members. I'm Courtney Badger with the Planning Division, and I'm here today to give a staff presentation for the Crystal Towers 3 project. This item consists of a site plan amendment to facilitate the construction of 2 new infill buildings in Crystal City. The site is located at 1600 South East Street within the Aurora Highlands neighborhood. The block is currently governed by site plan number 13, which is outlined in white on the left image, and it includes the existing Crystal Towers buildings and the Lost 590 building. The proposed new buildings will be built on what is currently surface parking lots. The zoning for the site is RA 4.8, and the applicant is not requesting a rezoning. The general land use plan designation is high-medium residential, and it's located within the Crystal City Coordinated Redevelopment District. The proposal consists of an 11-story building containing 209 residential units and ground floor retail, and a single-story retail building just under 20,000 square feet. Both buildings will be certified at the LEED Gold level, and they're requesting modifications for additional density, required parking, and density exclusions. Here are some additional renderings of the building. The left 2 images show the residential building from interior of the block, and then the right image shows the retail building looking from South East Street. In terms of policy guidance, the site is subject to the Crystal City Sector Plan and located in the West Side District. Since the site is located west of Richmond Highway, it's not required to include a block plan. And the project complies with recommendations in the sector plan with 1 deviation relating to building height. The sector plan identifies building height recommendation for this block of 110 feet measured from average site elevation to the top floor of the building, not including mechanical equipment, which is approved for an additional height above that. The sector plan also recommends a tapering strategy for the whole block that concentrates height along South East Street and tapers as you move west to South Warren Street. The RA 4.8 zoning, which governs the site, has a max building height of 136 feet. It measures height differently than the sector plan by including the penthouse equipment. The applicant is proposing a residential building height of 132 feet with a taper as it moves west. However, the taper does not follow the sector plan recommended taper. Although deviating from the sector plan, the applicant's proposal is consistent with zoning requirements. Given the infill nature of the project and the compatibility with existing building heights, staff is supportive of this deviation from the sector plan, particularly given that the sector plan height guidance is indicative of full block redevelopment, which the applicant is not proposing. With this proposal, the applicant will also be expanding the existing public access easement on the corner of 15th Street and South East Street, and will be making improvements to the corner site in coordination with our DPR staff. The open space is identified as open space number 18 in the sector plan, and it calls for a space to contain pathways and trees, and the applicant is working with staff to preserve mature tree canopy in this area and identify areas for new trees where appropriate. During the review process, the applicant was responsive to staff and SPRC comments. This slide-by-slide rendering highlights kind of 2 big changes that were made. On the left, you can see what was originally proposed. They originally came in with a 30-foot podium separation from the existing Crystal Flats building. They've since widened it to meet our plans and policy documents to have a 40-foot separation, which allows for additional potential area for outdoor seating, landscaping, and a pedestrian connection through this site. They've also pulled out the ground floor facade, which is most noticeable if you look at this column right here, to better engage with the South East Street sidewalk and with the public realm. The applicant will provide the following commitments to earn requested additional density. This includes contributions to the Affordable Housing Investment Fund and contributions for off-site transportation and public space improvements. The applicant will also be granting that future public access easement for open space number 18 and making improvements. And they will be achieving LEED Gold certification and meeting the Green Building Incentive Program criteria at the 0.25 FAR level for both buildings. This project went through the SPRC process and then went to Transportation Planning and Housing Commissions. All three commissions voted to recommend approval of the project. Transportation and Planning Commission added a motion that county staff continue to work to find a way to achieve a mid-block pedestrian crossing on each street. And if that was not achievable, that the off-site transportation contribution go to a future near-term capital project on this block that could provide a safe mid-block crossing and improve the northbound bicycle facility. This is something that we heard throughout the SPRC process and at Transportation and Planning Commission. The community expressed a desire to have a mid-block crossing on South East Street. Staff does not support the addition of a mid-block crossing, primarily for concern of pedestrian safety. On the screen here, you can see the proposed locations of curb cuts on the west side of Eads and the existing locations on the east side. The location of the curb cuts makes it difficult to put a mid-block crossing here. Additionally, there's a lack of publicly accessible paths of travel that limit the benefit of having a mid-block crossing. Overall, the site is consistent with the general land use plan, zoning, and sector plan guidance and advances several key county goals and objectives. First, the project will provide the base affordable housing as well as additional AHIF contribution, which can be leveraged at the nearby Crystal houses and help with the creation of approximately 18 committed affordable units for a period of 99 years. The project will provide contributions for off-site transportation and public space improvements in Crystal City that will benefit all members of the public. The applicant will grant a public access easement and make improvements to the public space on the corner of 15th Street and South East Street. The project will be built up LEED Gold certification and meet the Green Building Incentive Program criteria, including energy savings above ASHRAE standards, electric vehicle charging, bird-friendly glass, and rooftop solar. And lastly, the project is in general conformance with the sector plan design guidelines in terms of building massing and site design. Therefore, staff recommends adoption of the attached ordinance as listed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. Now ready to hear from the applicant.
Good morning. My name is Robert Vaughn. I'm with Dweck Properties, and I'm here to talk about our proposal for development at Crystal Towers. As staff mentioned, the proposal includes the redevelopment of two existing surface parking lots located on the Crystal Towers property, fronting on South East Street. The location of those two developments is generally highlighted in red in this diagram. The mixed-use multifamily building is 11 stories containing 209 units and just over 8,000 square feet of ground floor retail, and the single-story retail building contains just over 19,000 square feet. The mixed-use multifamily building is located in the surface parking lot just north of Crystal Flats, while the single-story retail building is located in an additional surface parking lot near the intersection of 15th and East Street. And here you can see the proposed site aerial, where you can see the 11-story mixed-use multifamily building just north of Crystal Flats, as well as the single-story retail building close to the intersection of 15th and East Street. One of the aspects of the proposal that this image highlights was our desire to implement green roofs wherever possible, not only on the proposed buildings, but also on a section of the existing building. And here you can see the proposed architecture for the multifamily building. The existing driveway remains essentially in the same location, however, is fully renovated with specialty paving, expanded sidewalks, and new plantings. From an architectural perspective, the building was approached with a very transparent ground floor, attempting to bring the retail activation out onto East Street, and is separated from the residential portion above through this architectural brow feature that continues back through the site. The residential tower is comprised of a porcelain tile rain screen and segmented windows that transitions to a colored metal panel as you move back towards the more intimate courtyard setting closer to the existing entry for Crystal Towers. In this image, we have now moved up into that existing drop-off area. By repurposing that existing surface asphalt, we've been able to significantly expand planters. You can see that architectural brow feature that I mentioned, separating the ground floor from the residential tower above, moving all the way through the site and actually engaging with the existing Crystal Towers canopy, creating a unique architectural aspect for the proposal. And this image also highlights the transition in the facade from the porcelain tile rain screen moving into that colored metal panel. And now this image has shown the south side of the proposed building that staff mentioned, where there was a significant amount of discussion in SPRC and a significant evolution in our proposal through the process. Not only did we increase the separation by 10 feet, but we also found a way to create ramps to create a through block crossing that was not there previously, breaking down some of the super block nature that was kind of inherent in the original design and construction from the 1960s. From a parking perspective, existing Crystal Towers has 931 parking spaces, and looking back over the past several years of utilization, the utilization generally hovered around 0.8 spaces per unit, which translates into 730 spaces of in-place demand. The proposed site plan removes 157 surface spaces. And in looking at the utilization over the past several years and in the early conversations with our residents, one of the commitments that we made was that all of the residents who have a space today would have a space in the future iteration to the extent we move forward and execute the development. Taking into account both the existing units in Crystal Towers and the proposed units, along with the additional 42 spaces that the project will provide, this translates into a blended ratio of 0.7. We have also allocated 30 surface spaces in order to support the single level of proposed retail. And now you can see the existing circulation path. One of the early considerations that our residents voiced strongly was the desire to preserve the existing circulation that currently exists on the site today, which we have largely been able to replicate. The most significant change is that we have changed both the entry and exit to the garage. So currently the garage is entered off of Eade Street, and there are two exit points, one out of the north tower and one out of the south tower. And in the proposed plan, that one entry point and two exit points have been consolidated into a single entry exit that would have a fully renovated and upgraded access control, as well as restriping on the interior of the single level below grade parking garage in order to facilitate the new two-way access. This image also highlights the new pedestrian pathway that has been created, where a pedestrian could walk off of South Eade Street and essentially cut the corner, moving around Crystal Flats to 18th Street to the extent they desired to. Another significant improvement this project is bringing is a modernization of the existing streetscape along South Eade Street. This image shows the existing sidewalk widths, which range from about 4.5 feet to 8.5 feet. And with the proposal, this stretch of streetscape all the way from 15th down to Crystal Flats would be fully upgraded and modernized with 8-foot clear sidewalks, new street trees, light poles, as well as a fully protected bike lane. And this rendering is now showing that modernized streetscape with the fully protected bike lane in front of the single-story retail. One of the unfortunate effects of the proposed site plan is that we are proposing to remove a number of trees. So the current proposal removes 80 trees, and we have looked across the site in order to determine why those trees are being removed. 4 being removed due to poor health, 16 removed due to conflicts with the modern streetscape standards, 32 removed due to conflict with the proposed buildings, and 28 non-native species being removed. Understanding the number of trees being removed is significant. We have worked extensively throughout the process in order to maximize the number of new trees that can be planted. So while 80 trees are being removed, we are proposing to plant 107 trees. And we have looked across the balance of the block outside of the site plan boundary to understand locations where additional trees can be planted. And this is something that we will continue to focus on as we move forward. As staff mentioned, we are going to continue to work with them through the review of the final landscape plan in order to effectuate improvements to the open space that sits on the corner of 15th and Each Street in order to modernize that space and make it a little bit more usable. And then from a sustainability perspective, we are intending to meet the requirements of the 0.25 bonus FAR, green building incentive requirements, which includes LEED Gold, 20% energy performance, EV charging, bird glass, among a whole host of other prerequisites. And two items I just specifically wanted to touch on is in regards to the renewable energy, we are proposing to install a rooftop solar array on the existing Crystal Towers North building. This brings solar infrastructure and resources to the location where the development is being proposed. And I think this is the first time that, that a developer has moved forward with this type of proposal, but we thought it was an interesting way in order to meet the requirement. And then from an EV charging standpoint, we're proposing 4 EV spaces with 10 spaces EV ready. However, we have worked with our team to understand that we do have a fair amount of additional capacity to increase the number of EV spaces and chargers to the extent future demand warrants. And that is the extent of our presentation, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. We're now ready to hear from our advisory commissions. I know we have Planning Commission, and I believe we're also intending to hear from the Housing Commission as well as C2E2. So if we could begin, Ms. Peterson, if you could find a spot, we'd love to hear your comments.
Thank you very much. I'm Tenley Peterson, representing the Planning Commission this morning. The Planning Commission heard this item at our June 1st hearing. First, I'll start with the recommendations. The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board adopt the attached site plan amendment ordinance for SPLA 22-00018, site plan amendment to site plan 13, to permit the construction of up to 205,101 square feet of residential gross floor area, 209 residential units, and approximately 28,076 square feet of retail gross floor area, GFA, with modifications of zoning standards for additional density, reduced residential and retail parking ratios, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance. That was passed unanimously. And then our second motion was the Planning Commission recommends that the county staff continue to work to find a way to achieve a mid-block pedestrian crossing of South Eid Street between 15th and 18th Street South. And if that is not achievable with this project, that the county dedicate the $500,000 off-site transportation contribution from this site plan to a future near-term capital project on South Eid Street between 15th and 18th Street South that could provide a safe mid-block crossing as well as improve the northbound bike facilities. So those were our two official recommendations. We heard from a lot of public speakers. The majority of them were interested in the mid-block crossing. Staff kind of talked about the limitations there, but the public and the Planning Commission overall felt that the status quo of people crossing there without a crosswalk is less safe than we would like, and something needs to be done, and we would like to know, have staff continue to look at that if a mid-block crossing cannot be achieved. The public also mentioned, making sure we include native species and pollinating species. But like I said, the majority of them were talking about the mid-block crossing. We heard from C2E2, who you'll hear from later. They talked about, this project does achieve LEED status, but we still need to continue to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address climate change. And looking at the EV ready, there is some spots that will be provided for electric vehicles. A couple more spots will be EV ready, but the Planning Commission consistently has agreed that we need more spots that are EV ready. It tends to be cheaper to outfit that at this point of the project rather than retrofit later. And so it's kind of to make sure this actually happens, doing it now makes more sense. So that was something we agreed with C2E2. Transportation Commission spoke to us and also wanted the mid-block crossing. And then there was concerns, and then Commissioner Guerin mentioned the SPRC that reviewed the project for the several months. We're concerned about the mid-block crossing as well as tree canopy, permeability through the site, which was kind of addressed, as well as the mid-block crossing. Okay. We also talked about the aspect of the affordable housing. This project, has the choice between providing on-site or the cash contribution. In this case, the cash contribution could be directed to Crystal Houses and get us more units. There was a conversation about, Crystal Houses is probably going to happen anyway. Could the county just pay for that, housing in Crystal Houses and then get the on-site affordable housing in this actual building? There was a motion to that effect before the Planning Commission. It did fail. So the majority of the Planning Commission did feel like, let's just get those 18 units in Crystal Houses, though there was a discussion if this was a missed opportunity to get 6 additional units in this particular building. Let's see. We also talked about pollinating plants, questions about whether the green roof was going to be accessible. The answer was no. We talked about the parklet that's going to be developed. We talked about the energy panels. Why aren't they going to be on the south tower? The answer was that there's other infrastructure that's already on the south tower, so the north tower was the only option. Let's see. Questions about the reduction of 2 garage entrances to 1. Staff and the applicant felt that this new configuration was going to work. There was a question about the fact that the retail was just going to be a single story. Is this a missed opportunity to have more development there? Staff and the applicant kind of relayed that based on kind of the guidelines for this site, they weren't able to use that extra space. So, we did talk about that potentially being a missed opportunity. We talked about the green ribbon and how it doesn't quite extend as far as this site. So we weren't able to take advantage of building on that. And again, the mid-block crossing came up a lot now, just the fact that people are crossing there and something needs to be done, if not putting a crosswalk there through this project. So that about sums it up, and I am here to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. We appreciate it. And next we'll hear from, is Mr. Macbeth with us online for the Housing Commission?
He is.
I am here.
All right, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the board. So the Housing Commission, on the same night as the Planning Commission, June 1st, considered the applicant's request for Crystal Towers 3 site plan project. And as the Planning Commission representative mentioned that the applicant has agreed to meet the base affordable housing requirement and make an additional cash contribution of $1.4 million to earn additional bonus density. The commission advises the county board to approve the Crystal Towers 3 site plan project. The vote was 5 to approve the project and 4 against. And the discussion, similar to what was brought up by the Planning Commission representative, really focused on the trade-off of on-site units versus the cash contribution. This is the second site plan that we've seen in about 2 months where staff has sort of talked about how the applicant will be providing a cash contribution to fund units that the county has already committed to previously. And our concern, as it has been in the past, is that instead of getting new CAF units to help us meet our affordable housing goals that we continue to lag behind, we're using contributions from new projects like this to fund units that we've already committed to as a community, but have not provided funding for through our regular budgetary process for AHIF. So that was really the nexus behind the 4 essentially protest votes against the project. It was not a reflection of the project itself, which I think all of the commissioners were in favor of and supported, but more so with concern over and disappointment over not getting additional units as a result of this deal, either on site or in another location, but rather using the cash contribution to pay for sites that the county has already committed to. And with that, if you have any questions, happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Macbeth. And next we'll hear from our C2E2 chair, Ms. McIntyre.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Joan McIntyre, Chair of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. This project, as with many of our others, does meet the minimum requires under the green building incentive policy at 0.25 FAR. However, based on our, as you already know, much higher standards, really falls short to what we think is necessary to meet the county's goal for carbon neutrality. We've given it a score of 60, which is about the same as, which is on par with many of the other projects that we've seen recently. As with all projects, we really focus heavily on the electrification. As the grid gets greener, this provides a pathway to getting to carbon neutral operations where using on-site fossil gas does not. This project currently on its baseline design is looking at HVAC, gas for both HVAC and the hot water system. But however, they do have in their energy performance model alternatives that would get them to eliminating fossil gas for operations for both HVAC and the hot water systems, so that we would actually strongly encourage them to continue to pursue those options and reach out to organizations and companies that have considerable experience at this point in building decarbonization, particularly for other opportunities as well to reduce their carbon emissions. The energy performance, again, they're meeting the minimum requirement of 20%. We strongly encourage these projects to actually exceed 25% or more. We've seen some projects that have actually achieved those measures, so it's definitely doable with the appropriate designs. And again, the EV charging, as was just mentioned, is they're meeting the minimum, but in order to really encourage the movement towards vehicle electrification, having at least up to 50% of the spaces to be at least EV ready, so that they don't have to put into that extra expense of putting in infrastructure after the fact. We do, kind of commend them on the solar array. The 54 kilowatts is actually, or I guess that's 65, is actually higher than what's required under the green building incentive policy. Creative use of adjoining buildings to meet that requirement. If you look at the rooftop, there does appear that there may actually be additional opportunities for additional solar panel, recognizing there's often other uses for rooftop spaces. So would encourage them to continue to look for opportunities where they can save on the margin and certainly send a signal that they're committed to helping support transition to clean, renewable energy. And then finally, actually commend the project for its use of excess parking space to put in this building, a much better use of the land that's available. And in fact, we would hope that over time that they would continue to look at ways to gradually reduce the amount of parking as people shift to more transit and other multimodal options. Again, this is an area that's developing as highly walkable, bikeable, lots of community services and retail there in the area. So again, kind of opportunities, and that would provide actually additional space for more green space, larger tree canopy. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. And Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other applicant presentations?
No.
Okay, we're now ready to hear from any public speakers. Do we have any on this item?
We do. Our first speaker is Victor Jones. Is Victor Jones here? Do not see Victor Jones on Teams. Not in the audience, okay. We'll move to Bernard Byrne.
Hello. I've been involved in the site plan for quite a while, basically on the landscaping. The most recent 4.1 submission contains a sheet, L.401, that the project's landscape architect, Studio 39, prepared on May 5th. That sheet is part of a conceptual landscape plan that Studio 39 developed for the applicant. It's very useful to have this, which most applicants don't provide. The sheet lists the shrubs and perennials and ornamental grasses, ground covers that the applicant and the Studio 9 presently intend to plant as part of the project. Studio 39 has added common milkweed, Asclepias syriacus, to the plant list, and removed other plant lists from the plants from the list in response to my suggestions during the site plan review process. However, the sheet still lists a number of cultivars and non-native plants that may become invasive or that may not support native pollinators. Some of these and others are wind pollinators, support relatively few pollinators, and make crowd-out plants that support pollinators. I've sent you a list of the 7 undesirable plants the sheet contains. Please see that list for more information, as I don't have the time to list them here. I've asked the applicant at Studio 39 at the Planning Commission meeting and in email messages to remove or reduce the numbers of these plants. I've also sent the applicant at Studio 39 copies of published lists of native plants that support pollinators in the Mid-Atlantic and northeastern portions of the United States. However, the list remains unchanged since May 5th. And they could have changed it by this time. So therefore, I have this request. If the applicant does not agree to remove at this meeting, to remove the cultivars and non-native plants that I identified, I ask that the county board deny approval of the site plan, or at least of that part. The project site plan contains a conceptual landscape plan that would introduce to the county a number of non-native plants that may become invasive. If the county board approves the site plan, it will be difficult for the county staff to remove those plants for reviewing the final landscaping plan. First of all, it's pretty hard to find them. You have to do a lot of research to find it. And second of all, they will have this conceptual landscape plan that you approved, and there's some reluctance to change things like that. So I say, please do something about this. Talk about it and see whether if the applicant, if they're willing to change that, to remove those plants. They have a long list of other plants that are native and that will fit on the site plan, and they can substitute those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Are there any other public speakers?
No, there are not.
Consideration is now with the county board. Colleagues, before we move to a motion, let's have any questions on the various presentations from staff, the applicant, or our advisory groups, starting with Mr. DeFerranti.
Just one question, Mr. Chair. It's for our staff, and I don't know whether it's Ms. Badger or who it would be. It's if you could add a little more regarding mid-block crossing in light of the Planning Commission's comments that there still might be a need and their hope that we could seek to resolve this. I am mindful there's another effort at moving a bus stop towards the middle of a block that helped me learn about the challenges involved with safety. But I wondered if staff could speak to whether there would be any leads as to a process for considering mid-block, or whether safety is an impediment that would be difficult to overcome, or thoughts on the topic.
Yeah, I'll turn to my colleague Joanne Gabor to answer that.
Slide 13.
My name is Joanne Gabor with Arlington County DES, and I'll be speaking about the mid-block crossing. This first slide you're seeing here shows you what the existing conditions of South Eads Street between 15th Street and 18th Street. On this slide, Eads Street is basically north, east-west, and then 15th Street is on the right side. The red trapezoids represent existing driveway aprons. The project site is on the west side and north on this exhibit. In the proposed conditions, can you flip to the next slide? In the proposed conditions, we've added some dimensions, and you'll also see that one curb cut on the north side of this slide has actually been removed with the proposed project. The approximate location of the mid-block crossing would be essentially where the 50-foot number is shown in between the curb cuts for the Marriott Hotel. As you can see on this south side, again in this slide, we have 50 feet, and on the north side we have about 110 feet between the existing curb cuts. All four of these entrances are entrance and exit points, and vehicles can go northbound and southbound on Eads Street. Eads Street today, and in the proposed conditions, will be one travel lane in each direction with a center turn lane. We do parking on both sides where allowed for safety conditions, and we also have protected bicycle facilities in the northbound and southbound direction. Providing a mid-block in this location is something we are worried about from a safety consideration due to all the vehicles making all sorts of movements in this confined space. We also have some slides that are going to show basically what does this entrance look like on the Marriott side, to give you a little view if you haven't been out there recently. So this shows you what the location would be for that mid-block crossing on the Marriott side. If we were to provide some mid-block crossing, it would be essentially in this area. As you can see, there is very little space in between these large driveway aprons. And this shows you looking northbound, so the Marriott is on the right side and the applicant's project is on the left side. And then this shows you southbound on Eads Street. And this is one of our primary concerns, is making sure that we don't provide a mid-block crossing that then imperils the safety of individuals that would be crossing at this location. One of the other concerns we have that was touched on briefly, if you can go to the larger one. One of the other concerns we have is the lack of pedestrian and publicly accessible pathways at this mid-block location. This is showing a larger project scale of the applicant's project. And as you can see with the buildings, there's physically very limited ability to walk through the site unless you are a resident here. For example, if I'm at the far north left corner at 18th and Fern here, if I wanted to go through the site, unless I'm a resident and able to get in the building, essentially I'm going to be walking around the block. When we look at the Marriott side, as we were just showing you, there is the Marriott Hotel. There is an access to the underground in that location, but we do not, to our knowledge, have any public easements that provide legal access for individuals to use that. So where we do have a lot of these mid-block crossings or pedestrian crossings that aren't associated with streets, typically we have either one or both sides lead you to a publicly accessible pathway. And that's not something that we really have at this point. So again, it's sort of what is the desire line and how many people would be utilizing this? We feel a lot of individuals would be going to either the location of 15th or 18th Street to cross a street to get to whatever their destination is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go around. Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, on the same topic. Thank you, Ms. Gabor, for that orientation to the issue. One of the things I'm trying to get a beat on, it feels like a long span, right? A very large block without a crossing, but it feels like it's probably not a great basis for decision. So I'm wondering, do we have any standards, either in terms of urban design standards for how long of a block should go without a crossing, or traffic engineering and operations standards for how close is too close for crossings to be together?
So you're correct. This is a very long crossing. When we look at our street grid, if you just sort of look number-wise, 15th and 18th Street. So the obvious question would be where 16th and 17th Street. So we do not have those here. There's a true statement. So it is something we do try and provide crossings more frequently than the 800 feet we do have here. And a lot of that comes through the development of the site. When we look at the sector plans, those larger scale projects and plans that we develop, trying to provide that permeability for pedestrians and bicyclists and folks that use scooters. And that's something, as we did develop the Crystal City Sector Plan, it's not something that was specified in the Crystal City Sector Plan specifically. And I think what it is with this block, if there was publicly accessible paths somewhere through this site, I think we would probably be more interested in trying to provide that pedestrian crossing. But with the lack of pedestrian and publicly accessible pathways on either side, that is, in my opinion, where the desire at this location is probably not as high as maybe it would be in other places.
Okay. I ask in part because one of the things that comes to mind when I look at it, I thought it was slide 13, the original presentation. It might have been 21 or 23 of what we just saw, but the one that shows the various width with the numbers is, my instinct was to ask, is it possible to do a mid-block crossing that is not truly mid-block, right? That is, maybe out of the sort of direct conflict area of those multiple driveway aprons, but still provide some relief beyond those 800 feet. I think the question I had was, well, if you've got then two crossings, say 300 feet apart rather than 400 feet, is that sort of counter to the way we would generally engineer our streets? So any thoughts, had any consideration been given to the idea of kind of maneuvering to not quite mid-block to deliver that relief for pedestrians without coming into conflict?
So looking at this slide again, you can see that we do have the 50 feet that we were focusing on with the mid-block, but also moving further north, we have about 115 feet between the driveway for the Marriott, and that's actually a loading facility. And then we have about 175 feet from that loading facility to the intersection of 15th Street. So those are all generally pretty close together. And what ends up happening is you start looking at, what is that desire line? So in my mind, the northern part of this is something we wouldn't want to have mid-block just because of the proximity of those driveway aprons. So looking at that southern portion, we do have 340 feet. You don't want to have mid-block crossings too close to intersections just because people don't want to, they aren't expecting it. They've gone through a traffic signal, and then all of a sudden if they're coming along and approach a pedestrian crossing, is it something that's unexpected? And that's where I think it comes back to, what is that desire line that I'm looking for? Mm-hmm. So let's say we put something, in that southern portion, what is it that people are gaining and where would people be going to? Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm struggling with is if I'm on the east or the west side, if I cross, where am I going to? And most likely, unless I am, specifically a resident of the Crystal Towers and I'm going to that building on that southern portion, which I suspect is probably a very minimal number of individuals, is it something that they're gaining? And that's what we struggle with when we look at trying to put some sort of mid-block crossing in this location.
Thank you. I really appreciate that additional discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Well, a little more on mid-block. One of the speakers said that people are crossing anyway. Do we know how many people are crossing? I'm hearing you're basically saying, Ms. McGower, that basically there are not too many people that are going to want to do this, so there's not much. And other folks are saying, well, people are doing it. Maybe it's just very, very rarely. Do we have a sense of how much people are actually crossing just anyway?
So we do not have any official county data or counts that have been completed this portion. And with the project, it's not something that we require them to do crossing. So are individuals doing it? Speculative, most likely, but it's not something we have data. So unfortunately, I don't have specific numbers I can share today.
Okay, because that would be sort of interesting to know what cause people are just doing it anyway, then that, there may be something we need to look at a little more. Talking with folks from that area, there was a desire to sort of for us to look at Eads Street and make it much more pedestrian friendly, because you're saying you can't do it because of this and this and this. Do we have an overall plan? I'm sorry, I don't have our master transportation plan memorized, but do we have an overall plan to get it a little bit more pedestrian friendly in general there?
So we have a slide we're going to pull up. It shows you basically the progress that we're making along Eads Street all the way from Army-Navy Drive down to 23rd Street. As we're pulling this up, what we are finding is with Eads Street, the nature of Eads Street is changing significantly.
Exactly, that was the point.
Yeah. We do have Met Park that is opening next week. We do have Penn Place that is going to be coming in the future. So this slide is showing you, again, Army-Navy Drive is on the right. That's the northern portion. Eads Street is along basically the east-west here. Everything shown in red are improvements that are going to be done along the frontage, typically streetscape improvements, wider sidewalks, streetscape, typically improvements to the buffered bicycle facilities. All the red frontages will be done through private development projects, and all the yellow are being done through county projects. So what you'll see is on the west side, again, north on this slide, all the way from Army Navy down to 22nd Street will be approved eventually, and this is being done through the Penn Place development, the Met Park development, the Crystal Towers development that we were speaking of, and also the Crystal Houses development. On the east side, we do have the Americana that is going to be doing a small portion of their frontage, but we have county projects already in place that are going to start construction next year that will be doing improvements on the opposite side, again, from Army Navy down to about 15th Street. So we do not have currently a CIP project that does propose improvements along these, southern portions of Eads Street on that east side currently. I think it's something, we could look at including within the work plan, but it's not something we currently have in the CIP. But you're correct. There is very much a change in the use. We're also seeing just generally in that Crystal City, Pentagon City area, we're trying to encourage more bicycles, more pedestrians, making it a safer area for individuals, especially our most vulnerable, have more transit facilities because we want to get folks out of those vehicles. And so looking at this, I think it's going to make sense in the long term. But again, it's not something we have programmed in the CIP currently.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we want to, maybe move it up a little bit. As you're saying, the whole nature of that street is changing, and I think as it continues to change, there'll probably be more people doing the mid-block crossing without. What about, one of the things I assume you could do, I'm no traffic engineer, but you've got the turn lanes in the middle. What if every now and then we put, basically a pedestrian refuge, like some tree, a larger area with trees, so that it isn't, the turn lane doesn't go the whole length of the street. Every now and then it's broken up by, a nice area with some grass and a tree, and maybe a place that a pedestrian is making a crossing that we don't really maybe want them to make, but they'd have a safe place to kind of take refuge. I know we do that sometimes. We'd add some trees.
We do. We absolutely do that. There are areas where we have introduced, a pedestrian crossing in locations where we do some medians or some, maybe it's just concrete, maybe it is some sort of vegetation to provide that safe crossing for individuals. The challenge here, and I hate to come back to this over and over, is we do have a lack of...
We're doing the same thing to you. It's okay.
There is just this lack of space, especially with those individuals coming into and out of the driveway entrances. We need to make sure folks have the ability to, if they need to, they can sit in that center turn line to safely, enter and exit the flow of traffic. And that would basically be exactly where you would want to have those buffered areas, if you will, to make sure the pedestrians are safe. So it becomes a conflict of you want to have the pedestrians in one spot, and that's also where vehicles want to sit to be able to turn into and out of the sites safely. And I don't think we want to encourage having pedestrians and vehicles in the same spot, which is, essentially why we do have concerns about this location.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, I think this is something we sort of need to keep looking at, because I think over time probably what we want to do will change. And appreciate everybody kind of weighing in. I can see where this is maybe not right now the time to do it, but I can see a time where we really would want to try to do that, foster the walking a little bit more there. Thank you.
Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will continue to beat that horse a little bit. So, because I agree with Ms. Garvey, South 8th Street is now changing officially and big time, actually. This block has not only problems of mid-block crossing at South East, it has also problems of mid-block crossing on 15th and on Fern and on 18th. So, and it's not very unusual to have to deal with so many accesses and curb cuts. This is the legacy of drivable urbanism, and we have to deal with that. So, question number one, on the south side of, on the east side of Southeast, so where the Marriott is, so we have this circle. The south entrance is only for incoming traffic northbound, right?
I don't think...
Is it, can you drive in from both sides?
I don't think there is a legal impediment to driving in on both sides. I will say generally individuals do enter from the more southern one or the right on this slide. As you can see, there are vehicles parked in both directions. Just as this was taken, as just a street view from Google Maps. So it is something that at this point, it is not officially entry only on the southern end and then exit only on the northern end.
That would be something that we could fix, right? And we could also make sure that, for example, in the exit of that, drivers don't drive any direction, but we make it compulsory to drive only one direction, north, and then they circle the block to get to wherever else they want to get. So there are measures, to plan for a safer, more predictable driving environment there, so that's more predictable for pedestrians as well. So it's not out of the realm to do that. A second question I have for you. So what are our requirements for how the aprons are? So are they asphalt or are they, paved as sidewalks? Do they encourage cars to drive through, or do they signal to drivers, no, this is now pedestrian space, be very careful how you cross it?
So the Marriott was built a number of years ago. Oh, yeah. And so when it was built, I'm sure this was the standard within the county. As you can see, it is asphalt, so it does read more vehicle-friendly than pedestrian-friendly, I would say. The current county standards do require a concrete apron and a concrete sidewalk, and have that sidewalk be at sidewalk level, if you will, across the entire driveway entrance. So it is more pedestrian-friendly from a visual standpoint with the new county standards. Unless the Marriott comes in to do some sort of major site plan amendment, this isn't something that we have the ability to require them to make upgrades or changes to this entrance at this point.
So what about the aprons that we are going to be shaping with this project now?
So the aprons that are going to be proposed with this project, they will be 2 new aprons, and they will be included and upgraded to our current standard. So it will be a concrete apron, and the sidewalk will basically be a continuous sidewalk where there's sidewalk and where there's driveway apron, which visually cues folks that there's a pedestrian crossing, and it also provides so pedestrians don't have to use any ramps to get down to driveway access level. So it will be a different nature visually and also functionally for pedestrians.
But they won't be elevated. They will be at grade with the street. Basically, it will be smooth for a car to drive through.
No, it will be. It will be at the same as elevation as the sidewalk.
Okay, so there will be this bump.
It's not a bump. Essentially, what it is you basically ramp up from the street. So if the from the street to the sidewalk is typically about 6 inches. So the driveway apron does ramp up that 6 inches. So the sidewalk elevation will be essentially continuous or the same if you're walking down the sidewalk, whether you are on the apron or not on the apron.
And if you drive out, would you experience also a difference in elevation?
You will. So when you exit the property, it'll be the same scenario.
So this is way safer then. So it's way pedestrian friendlier.
It is.
If we add some other elements like a couple of bollards or a light that indicates when pedestrians are present, etc., this can be made way safer than it appears right now.
I want to make sure I understand what you're speaking of. So the sidewalk, generally speaking, parallel to the street is what you're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. So it is something that it is very pedestrian friendly. We have had this standard for probably the last 5 or 10 years. So when you look at any new development, that's the standard you're going to see. We typically don't like to do something like bollards, as you're mentioning, because it does limit the width of the sidewalks. We want to make sure that they are ADA accessible and they're ADA friendly. So putting bollards is something that generally is not something staff uses unless there's an additional reason.
There are many elements. I mean, they can be very skinny, and they will be, and these are relatively wide sidewalks, so I'm not so concerned about that. What I'm after is to figure out that there are solutions, that if we sit down and we really want to do that, we can find ways to, I understand the reluctance to do it under the current conditions, but it's not unfixable. I mean, it's fixable, especially if we see how South East Street is shaping up. You have a hotel on the one side. We have almost 30,000 square feet of retail on the other side, a little plaza. This is an interesting place now.
It will be very different when the project is developed. I think the concern, and maybe I'm not articulating this very well, our concern isn't so much the individuals on the sidewalks and the driveway aprons, it's when individuals would be crossing East Street and vehicles turning into or out of the driveways. That's more what our concern about is having individuals sitting basically in the center turn lane and potentially vehicles wanting to turn, so enter that same space. That's what our focus of our pedestrian safety concerns are in this area. It's not so much the individuals on the sidewalk that are parallel to East Street.
On a pedestrian active street, we may be tempted to limit what happens on a middle lane and begin to be more restrictive there so that it's safer for everybody, both for drivers and for pedestrians, right? So this is still a legacy feature for drive everywhere, anytime, any direction. We're not wedded to that.
We're not. The unique situation here is just the proximity of the driveways to each other, and also the lack of publicly accessible pathways or a desire line. And that's those are the two main challenges that we have to having a mid-block in this location.
Thank you. I appreciate your attention. I don't want to belabor more. I think my point was, I think it's fixable. It's doable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just add to this very extensive commentary on the mid-block. You know, it's an interesting one, and I understand the desire to marry our desire to break up super blocks, but then when you get to the real-world application, what's the utility of it? It's to serve people from Crystal Towers existing who may want to access the Marriott or the underground, which, you know, I'm sure there are some. And in the future, when this infill project is completed, there might be some retail that's attractive to people who are staying across the street at the Marriott. Don't know how many that will be, but it could be some. But it's probably not a large number of people if we're going to be frank. And you know, I would find it interesting to create a safer condition for a unknown but relatively small number of people to safely cross would require introducing conflicts for the great many more who currently use the street today. That would be, from a public policy standpoint, a little odd. And I've taken the point of, you know, in the vein of Mr. Carantonis, we could actually create a crossing here. We could do a grade separated crossing if the need were so urgent and so great. And I have not heard anyone mention that as a possible solution. And I think it's because it would kind of not be worth the expense. We would not see that as something that was useful. So while I appreciate the desire to have one, if it worked, to me it's pretty clear that it doesn't. And asking people to safely navigate to the existing crosswalks, while not the most efficient route, is also not extremely unduly burdensome in my opinion. But I think we're done with the mid-block crossing, right? How about we move to another issue? Ms. Crystal.
I wanted to echo the comments made, I think, by a couple of our commissions in support of the shared parking model here, which I am so glad to see. And in fact, this is the second time in not quite as many months, but it's three months that we've seen a project in Crystal City, which we know is so overparked, take advantage of this. And it's a great thing to see, because I think that we've seen a little bit of a slower uptake than I might have hoped for when we passed those residential parking minimums reforms a few years ago. I just wanted to ask to clarify the projects with which parking will be shared. This is all part of the same site plan, correct? Okay. I noticed that because I know we talked with the Americana and the Bartlett that it required an amendment to the receiving side as well, which is something I still hope we can address because I think it's an obstacle. So, okay. So very helpful to know, and largely just again to share my appreciation for that. I think it's a good use of existing resources, and knowing how much new parking contributes to the cost of building apartments and therefore rent. I think it's something we should be seeking to avoid, and glad that this project does that.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, continuing a little bit on parking, EV parking. So I think what we usually do is, I see a lot, 5% there and 15% EV ready. And I've been listening to the radio and all of the EV cars that are going to come and the lack of infrastructure and how everybody's going to need to add more. So I'd actually be interested in both the applicant and our staff talking just a little bit about EV ready, and should we be considering more than 15%? Would that make sense?
From our standpoint, I think that we're agreeing to meet the policy requirement for participating in the Green Building Incentive Program. We have worked with our design team to understand what our potential capacity would be to install additional EV chargers to the extent that future demand warranted so. And I think that we have the ability to expand the number of EV chargers up to about 30 with the existing transformer capacity, with the switchgear capacity. And I think as we continue to monitor demand for EVs over the next several years, given that we do have the shared nature between the existing Crystal Towers units and the proposed units, that we could have the ability to provide additional EV chargers to serve both buildings. And so that's something that we're going to continue to monitor. And to the extent we believe that we will have people who want more EV chargers, then we'll incorporate them into the project when we go and actually develop it.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it may get to be in your interest. So, and what I always hear, my understanding is some of the issue is the lack of capacity of the electricity coming in. And I assume Dominion is working on that. I think they are. But that's a real, I think, issue that we're going to be bumping up against soon. Okay. So, and then just a little bit more. So when you say you've got the capacity to add more, but it's really your capacity is curtailed by the electricity, the power that's available to you at the moment. That's kind of what would curtail you from being ready for more spaces.
What would ultimately be the curtailing factor is, yes, the grid, but also the transformer capacity. So we have incorporated additional capacity into the number of the transformers, and that gets into sizing the transformers and sizing the transformer vault in order to build in that additional flexibility as we look on what the requirements from an electrical nature would be on the project potentially in the future.
Thank you. I'm going to show my ignorance. I sort of assumed the transformers are done by Dominion, but are they, or are they done by you? Who does the transformers?
The transformers are provided by Dominion.
Okay.
So we provide the anticipated loads for what the building will require. And in this project specifically, understanding that the project might have additional electrical requirements as things like EV chargers become more broadly adopted, we wanted to build in flexibility to accommodate what that future demand might look like.
Okay, thank you. Now turning to our staff, I just want to just comment a little bit about where we are on EV charging and the infrastructure and moving ahead quickly.
This is part of our Green Building Incentive Program. Is there's a prerequisite to meet a minimum number of EV chargers and EV ready spaces, which the applicant is doing with this project. I know that the Green Building Incentive Program is being relooked at in the coming year or so, and maybe updating those numbers. But I do not know what they would be at this time.
Okay, and are we also working with Dominion? I mean, I assume there's a lot of, it's feeling like we're about to bump up into a big problem, possibly, with everybody getting EV, wanting to get these EV cars, like hearing that they're going to be producing a lot of them, people buying them, and suddenly we're bumping up against the actual capacity of the grid to provide the power that we need. I think if people are working on that. Just any more thoughts on that? You may not know. I know you're not speaking for Dominion.
Yeah, there are people at the county that are working on this. I don't have knowledge. I don't know, Joanne, if you have more knowledge about the talks. Yeah.
I think I just want to echo what the applicant was mentioning. Is it's basically a two-prong approach. There's the grid, but then there's also the transformers that the development has to include with their development. So the transformers generally are larger in size. So if they want to have more capacity, then there are more transformers, which results in a larger electric vault. So the question is, what is the appropriate size and how much extra capacity, if you will, does a developer want to provide? As Ms. Badger mentioned, the current Green Building Incentive Program does require a minimum, and that's what we ask the developers to require to provide. If they want to provide more, that is up to them.
Okay, thank you. I think this is another one, like the East Street, things are changing. Things are changing pretty quickly, and this work that we do doesn't move quickly. So anyway, thank you. I think I'll probably just be interested in online, I think I'm due for an update on how we're doing on our electric infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. If I can continue this conversation, and I'll note, I believe the District of Columbia now has a legislative requirement for 20% of units in new and on off-street parking to be EV ready, essentially. But I had a couple questions for Mr. Vaughn. I imagine that in addition to what we encouraged you to do with this, another factor in the number of spaces that you're providing that are EV charged at the outset versus ready over time is based on anticipated demand?
That's correct.
Yeah. And in the future, if you're wrong about that, and there's much greater take-up of EV charger demand than what you have provided, what will you do?
I mean, I think that in addition to the conversation with Dominion, the evolution in EV charging technology is also responding to some of these electrical constraints to where they can more efficiently allocate a certain amount of electricity across a larger number of chargers. So we feel that we have built in sufficient capacity to provide EV chargers to almost all of the new spaces that we will be providing, which we hope will be sufficient to meet future demand. If not, then we will continue to work with potential suppliers of EV equipment to understand how we can take the same electrical capacity but expand it over a larger number of chargers to the extent that that demand is warranted.
So if I could put it into my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking at this being sufficient to meet demand with things that you know now. You think the trend line moving forward is to make more efficient use of delivering electricity to chargers so that can accommodate growth. And if you're wrong on all of that, you'll have to figure out a way to put in more.
I think that's a correct characterization.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that grounded in this conversation of EV ready, it's a matter of whether or not the resources are put into sort of future-proofing now versus the risk being carried by someone who develops property to deal with it later. Because if you're not going to meet the demand for people who want to charge their vehicles, they're not going to lease your space. So there is a risk allocation here that also has, a sort of cost implication today. If you require somebody to put in infrastructure that's not needed, it's not like they're just going to eat that. They're going to pass those costs on to people who certainly rent at the outset. So I get that this is a delicate dance. I do appreciate that C2E2 is always the place of encouraging more, but ultimately, the district, which I think has been lauded as being very aggressive in this area, has done 20%, and this project is proposing basically about 15%. So I just want to make sure we contextualize that this is not terrible. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Actually, to your comment, I want to say two things. First of all, we're still in the very early stage of understanding what kind of infrastructure we need and where and how. It is not written in stone that trickle charging is the best way to deliver that, or that that your apartment building is also your power station. You could run different models of that, and we are thinking actively about that. For example, you could have, a good station for quick charging, and then, through software and other means, circulate the users, et cetera. There are also issues of fire safety, et cetera, et cetera. So the critical part is that when you size your electrical supply, you talk, and we talk. I mean, this applies to us, to our side as well. We talk with the power companies about power availability now and in the near future. This is the critical part to understand. And then the onus is also on us to produce the infrastructure that will actually allow people to charge and to be able to circulate properly and to use electric vehicles freely. So this is why I think that our side of thinking about what is the infrastructure that Arlington in general will be offering to those who drive EVs is the critical parameter. And a lot of risk is unloaded on your side right now, and we should assume our part as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Schwartz would like to contribute to this conversation?
Yeah, I did want to say one thing. I see Mr. Van Horn is here. There's another project we're working on with DWEC. As the use of electric vehicle percentages increase, we face another set of factors which we're really focused on, which is that if you were to have more electric vehicle charging in garages and structured parking garages, you have to have other safety considerations, which concern this question. And I'm not trying to alarm people about how you have fire safety issues dealt with underground.
Blowing up batteries? And
Yeah, blowing up batteries. And so, but we, DWEC, and want to give a shout out to them. They're working with us on another project to try to model how we do a better job of that, because you're absolutely correct. There will be a much greater demand for that. In this particular case, it's a little bit more straightforward given the way the parking is set up here, but I just wanted to thank them for partnering with us. And you'll be hearing a lot more about this as projects come in.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to have to develop fire suppression vehicles which can safely navigate parking garages, which sometimes have clearances of as little as 72 inches. Correct. Make sure that's on the CIP agenda. All right. Any other questions before we move to a motion? Mr. Karantonis?
Batteries are improving, and there are engineering solutions. When we identify the problem, we have critical mass to move us to do that.
There we go.
We haven't talked about the housing component of this, but I can make a motion, and we can.
All right, why don't you go ahead and make that motion, and then we can, have any discussion on any and all issues. Thank you.
My motion is to adopt the attached ordinance for site plan SPLA 22-00018, site plan amendment to site plan number 13, to permit the construction of up to 5,101 square feet of residential gross floor area, 209 residential units, and approximately 28,076 square feet of retail gross floor area, with modifications of zoning standards for additional density, reduced residential and retail parking ratios, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development, subject to the conditions of the attached ordinance to this staff report.
So moved by Mr. Karantonis. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti, and that is movement of the manager's recommendation. Further discussion, Mr. Karantonis.
So I lost my notes, but I have to say, I mean, about 5 years ago, I had to give a talk, and it was, the topic was density without urbanism. This was about the relationship between density and urbanism. And the title slide for this talk was Southeast Street. So it looked exactly horrible. I mean, it looked dense, it is dense, and it had zero urbanism. It was just empty in front of it, knowing that literally thousands of people were living there, right and left. There was even a hotel. Nobody wanted to walk there. Everybody wanted to drive there. Still a very, very well-connected place with metro station walking distance, two metro stations, a lot of connectivity, etc. So I'm happy to see that we are going forward now, mitigating this, lining up Southeast Street, putting. I'm very happy to see the almost 28,000 square feet of retail where they belong, right on the street. I would love to see these sidewalks being a little bit wider, especially where they connect to new and improved open space. There is a corner mini park there. I think it's worth sometimes to think whether we really need all this parallel curb space parking, and whether we could sequester some of that to enhance the pedestrian space. I think this is a place that really grows, and it will be very interesting, and will pose the challenge of repairing the legacy of not being friendly to pedestrians and inverting that. And I think there are a lot of opportunities there. I agree with Ms. Crystal. The shared parking is a great thing to see that for once again. It's also a logical consequence of having built too much parking before. And I also have to say, it's only 0.1 of a parking ratio going down from 0.8 to 0.7. That's also great. I hope we can even do better there. I am satisfied with affordable housing contribution. I hear very well what the Housing Commission has told us. I have to say I'm concerned also about the fact that on-site the ratio between on-site delivery of units and off-site delivery of units is 1 to 3 almost. So this is a very problematic ratio because it basically tells us that it's almost impossible to do on-site, and this is a policy issue that I want to dig in and see whether we can do better there. Same for the duration of these committed affordable units. It's again, I mean, it would be 30 years versus 99 years, again, 1 to 3. So this deal is a very good deal for us. I think it delivers what we want to see. It delivers on form, on urbanism, on activating this space along South 8th Street. It delivers on affordable housing. Delivers the LEED Gold, which I really appreciate. I think that this is a project that could be fully electrified. I commend you to the solar array on the top. I think that it is definitely far better than site plans we've seen and we approved in the very recent past. So I'm enthusiastically at this point supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carantonis. We'll go around. Ms. Garvey.
Sounds good. Just a few comments, but I'll make these my closing comments as well. But I did want to say I love seeing the green roof. I mean, that's great. There are all those balconies. There's no plants on the balconies because those are personal, but I assume people can put out planters and do that. I wonder if something that we might want to do even as a county or is start to encourage more people doing, like maybe helping suggest the planters and the plants that might go on there. I have clipped, which I was going to circulate around to my colleagues. I haven't yet. Probably everybody saw it. There was an article on Vienna, Austria, and their housing and how they handle, how everybody's housed in Vienna because the city owns all the property. It's kind of handy. But they had a picture of a new apartment building and like the whole floor, it's all green because for like about 4 or 5 floors up, everybody's got planters and there's green. It looks wonderful. And I know before I used to show this building in Milan, Italy, that's called a vertical forest and it's got trees. Anyway, all of that to say, it's great to see the green roof. I think we can do more. And I'm just sort of saying that in general to everybody. I'll pass that picture around. I'm pleased to support the motion. I think, we're pushing a little bit. I think, as I was saying before, government moves kind of slowly, and I think we're all seeing these trends happening so quickly. But of course, you can't get too far out in front of your skis or you're in trouble. And I know that's something that you've got to be aware of. You get too far out, you're going to be in trouble with your building. But it looks great. Sorry about the trees that are getting cut down. We're adding more. And hopefully, over time that will get better. I realized as an elected official, that's part of what we're doing. There are places where there's these trees and they have to get cut down to do the construction, but if we do it right, in another 15 years, 20 years, it'll be better than it was to start. So I think that's what we need to do. But anyway, thank you. Good design, good project, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. For my comments, I'll just say that sometimes infill projects with existing surrounding development often feel like this board is being asked to make a lot of compromises to facilitate making someone else's visions come true or to come to fruition. In this case, I feel like this is a project that's delivering a lot of things for the community, which is really, really great. I'll highlight a few of them. One, when it comes to the green roof that Ms. Garvey mentioned, as well as the rooftop solar, I find that innovative, and overall, the environmental performance with all appreciation to C2E2, recognizing it as less than what we should be doing if we're meeting the existential crisis that we're in is substantially solid and positive in terms of our current planning. So I do appreciate that. We haven't talked a lot about the nearly or more than 1/10 of an acre more in space that's currently going to be available to the public through easement, and that the hope of that is to enhance the quality of our ability to maintain trees is really, really a good path forward, especially given the conditions of the trees that are going to need to be removed as part of this redevelopment. The housing piece, we've sort of talked about this for the last couple of months, and while I would certainly have a different opinion if the units that are ultimately going to be realized were far removed from this area of opportunity, the fact that they are going to be close by and that we are leveraging so much more than what would be available on site, to me, doesn't really make this a very difficult conversation, as Mr. Carantonis mentioned, not only in terms of a number of units, but a number of unit years. You know, we're talking about being able to deliver substantially more help this way than certainly what is my priority. I would love to see every building in Arlington be open to people with a mix of incomes and life experiences. But when I can get math that is so much more balanced in this regard while still keeping people in this area of opportunity, that to me is pretty easy to do. So overall, I appreciate that this project is checking a lot of boxes for the community. And even though I'm not one to usually comment on architecture, I think it really looks good too. I really like the way it'll look. So I think it'll serve to enhance the visual experience for people who are walking in the area. So I am pleased to support it. Ms. Crystal.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Dorsey. And to just pick up exactly where you left off with regard to the housing, just a policy observation prompted by this, and as you noted, other conversations we've been having. There is, I think, at root a difference of opinion or different ways of seeing things about whether on-site versus off-site, right, are most valuable. I will say my own thinking on this has probably evolved a little bit now that based on experiences we've seen with the challenges of property management. And the difficulty, you know, when we talk about on-site affordable housing, it is not 6 units as well run as an APA property dropped into a market rate property, right? It is this expectation that the intent that is on the part of the board and the community, you know, perhaps agreed to by the developer, makes its way through this project and into a management company, so that anytime there are rent increases or increases to amenities fees, you have people who are really knowledgeable of that. Otherwise, we're putting tenants in a situation where they're constantly having to advocate for themselves to know the specifics of our affordable housing, our CAF regulations. I am not saying that offsite is always better than onsite, but I think the conversation has maybe gotten a little more complex in recent years, all of which is just a way of saying that I think, you know, we're only a couple of years out from the Affordable Housing Master Plan's 10th anniversary. I imagine that's going to be an opportunity to do some reflecting, and I think it would be worthwhile to have a community conversation with our commissioners, board members and staff and subject matter experts to really ascertain what are the pluses and minuses, the values and the drawbacks of onsite versus offsite, with the goal of potentially developing some policy guidance so that I know our commissions struggle with this board struggles with it every time. And so I wonder if it's a question that this community can't, if not answer, at least come up with some guiding principles. So all of that is simply prompted by this project, not a reflection on it. I think Mr. Dorsey described well the benefits it will bring. I too really appreciate that the open space has been thoughtfully envisioned here to really support our urban tree canopy, which is so important as Crystal City redevelops, and I think is very much part of the kind of livable urbanism that perhaps Mr. Carantonis had in mind, talking about the urbanism to match the density. I think the only other point I wanted to make, and this is probably going to come off a little more arch than I intended to, but we just had a lot of conversation about EV charging, and to me, that is essentially a conversation about what amenities this developer can offer to its tenants. I think if we actually care about what is most in the community interest in terms of dramatically reducing our greenhouse gas emissions relative to transportation, it is not about can individuals change from combustion engine cars to electric vehicle cars. It is how do we get them out of their cars. And so I just wanted to say, I think by far what is so much more meaningful than any plans to have EV charging, which again, I really do largely see as an amenity towards those residents who do want cars, is the fact that this project is half a mile from the VRE station, metro station, soon to be pedestrian bridge to DCA, and 19 bus stops within a quarter mile, connecting not only the ART system, the WMATA system, but the entirety of the regional system, Fairfax connector, Loudoun County connector. To me, again, if we actually want to see these 209 residential units lead to a reduction in overall greenhouse gas emissions, that transit service and our obligations to ensure that it becomes attractive, the applicant's partnership and good TDM strategies that make sure all their tenants are aware of it is far more important than whether people can plug in an EV. So with that, I am going to conclude. I will just end by saying again, I love the description that this is a project that echoes our goals rather than trying to contort our community goals to realize this project. I think it's a good one and really will bring a lot of value to this corner of Crystal City as well as to the people who live there.
Thank you. And for the last word, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everything has been said, but not everyone has said it. I will try to be very brief. This adds housing supply, which is a critical goal that we've talked about so much. It's transit-oriented development, as Ms. Crystal just pointed out. With respect to the on-site, off-site, I do think that there are additional steps we eventually will need to seek in Richmond to bolster our ordinance. I also think, to Mr. Macbeth's point, that the commitment, the broad commitment to additional units is not quite the same as a contract in my view. It's not, we have to realize those units. And so that's why I fought in the budget process, and we all agreed on additional AHIF funding levels, both one-time and ongoing. That will continue to be a priority. Last, on sustainability, really appreciate the solar array. I can tell you we'll be looking for the rest of those crosses to be filled in at some point, I hope. But projects are not inevitable. The listening to the community on this, on the width of the street, I think paid some dividends. I believe the parking point that Ms. Crystal made is a good one. Happy to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to consideration of Mr. Karantonis' motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 5-0. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing this constructed, and thank you, staff, for your analysis, and all of our commissions for your analysis and perspective. Ms. Jacobs, are we ready to move on to our next item?
Yes, items 40A and B is consideration of use permit 2312, which is a use permit for request associated with the redevelopment of the Arlington Career Center located, as well as an associated vacation ordinance located at 816 South Walter Reed Drive.
Thank you very much. And before we get into the presentation and taking this item up, if there's anyone who's here for items 41 and 42, that's not going to happen before the noon hour, so you can go enjoy part of your day, come back and see us later. I can say that with all confidence. Mr. Schwartz, you have a presentation.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. I'd like to welcome Olivia Sontag and Rob Gibson, who will provide a presentation. Ms. Sontag.
Thank you and good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Olivia Sontag, planner with the Arlington County Planning Division and the project manager for review of the use permit for the Arlington Career Center campus located at 816 Walter Reed Drive. Here with me today is Robert Gibson from DES. We will provide a staff overview of the proposal, and then APS will give a presentation focused on the site design. So the two items we'll cover today include a use permit for the redevelopment of the Arlington Career Center campus with an ordinance to vacate a portion of 8th Street South. And Betsy Erbst from the Real Estate Bureau is also available for questions on the vacation. So focusing first on the use permit, the zoning is S3A Special District, where schools are a permitted use by provision of a use permit. The general land use plan designation is public and under public ownership, which allows for public schools, parks, libraries, cultural facilities, and parkways. Proposed facilities are also consistent with the public facilities master plan or public facilities map and table of the GLEP. A portion of the site is also within the Columbia Pike Special Revitalization District, which is an optional zoning tool for development, which APS has opted not to use and will instead comply with the standard S3A zoning. So the site is almost 13 acres in size and currently contains the existing Career Center building, which houses the Columbia Pike Branch Library, Arlington Tech, CTE classes, and several other programs. The Arlington Community High School was previously in the Fenwick building, but in January 2023, the board approved a use permit to relocate it temporarily to an office building in Ballston until it can be relocated permanently to the Penn Place development. The site also contains the Montessori Public School of Arlington, with associated temporary relocatables located in the center of the existing parking lot. Planning efforts for the site started as early as 2006, but the current proposal was largely informed in 2022 by a concept and schematic design process, which included joint meetings and breakout groups with the PFRC and BLPC, resulting in a school board action on the concept design in April 2022 and action on the schematic design in October 2022 for the base education spec option for a new career center building with a design capacity of 1,619 students, structured parking garage, and turf field with a project cost not to exceed $182.4 million. The proposed use permit for the redevelopment of the Career Center campus includes the expanded capacity for 1,600 students with a new 5-story building, a 4-tier above-grade parking structure with 345 spaces, partial demolition of the existing Career Center to accommodate the parking structure demolition, demolition of the Fenwick building anticipated this summer, central curbless plaza limited to buses, pedestrians, and bicycles, and also envisioned as a community space, a synthetic turf field, not regulation size, but available as physical education space designed to meet the needs of the on-site programs and also serves as recreation space for the community, retention of the MPSA building and program on site, removal of the temporary relocatable classrooms, returning the MPSA design capacity to 488 students, and play area relocations and improvements to keep the elementary school in operation while the rest of the campus redevelops. The future of the MPSA site and potential relocation of the program was not included in the latest APS CIP and is not included in this use permit, but APS is currently studying this and plans to address it in the next 10-year CIP to be passed in the summer of 2024. Modifications are requested to height, setbacks, and parking, which Mr. Gibson will speak to shortly. And as designed and phased, the Career Center program, library, and MPSA will continue to operate during construction. The Fenwick demo and MPSA play area relocations are anticipated to begin this summer, then followed by the Career Center completed in 2026, and then the partial demolition of the existing Career Center and construction of the garage, and then the last phase is the synthetic turf field construction. Streetscape improvements are generally planned to be delivered in phases where adjacent to that site construction. And with that, I'll pass it off to Rob Gibson.
Thank you, Olivia. As you talk about the streetscape improvements, the project proposes to make streetscape improvements around all of the site, which is proposed to be renovated as part of this use permit with the exception of the MPSA building. And throughout the public review process, this has been a considerable issue with the community and the commissions. And as a result, Arlington County, working with APS, has agreed to improve the sidewalks to make inner improvements along 7th and Highland. And with these improvements by the county, all of the sidewalks around the site will be improved with the project. APS will generally improve the sidewalks around Highland Street, 9th, and 7th, providing a 5-foot planting strip with a 6-foot clear sidewalk and then new street trees at the back of sidewalk. Additionally, along South Walter Reed Drive, there will be a 5-foot wide planting strip with an 8-foot wide sidewalk, and within the planting strip on Walter Reed, there are street trees proposed. The next slides we'll look at show the issues that were discussed about improvements to the Highland Street streetscape and 7th Street streetscape. Along the 7th Street streetscape, there's a 4-foot wide sidewalk today. That sidewalk is at the back of curb, and there are additional utility poles right there within the sidewalk area. In our evaluation, this was the most critical sidewalk to improve on the site, and as a result, we are proposing to reconstruct the sidewalk here from the back of curb to a 6-foot wide sidewalk. This will provide an interim condition until the Henry Building is rebuilt, which will provide new streetscape, including a 5-foot wide planting strip and a 6-foot wide sidewalk in those cases. Along South Highland Street, the existing streetscape is a little bit better with a 4-foot wide sidewalk and a 2-foot wide utility strip. There continue to be concerns about pedestrian access on Highland Street and how this sidewalk would not get improved with APS's work. As a result, the commission's recommended that the existing planting strip be filled in and a new sidewalk approximately 6 feet be provided from the back of sidewalk to the existing back of sidewalk. And so this was recommended so that the existing trees on the site could be maintained until the Henry Building is reconstructed. Arlington County, working with APS, will reconstruct these sidewalks either this summer or the summer of '24, depending on how we can coordinate with other site activities going on. It's important that we don't have the sidewalks torn up when the school opens up in the fall. We anticipate that the 7th Street work would get done absolutely this summer, but we hope to get the Highland Street done this summer also. One other major issue that was discussed throughout the process was the configuration of 9th Street South and how that configuration could support the bicycle boulevard that 9th Street provides parallel to Columbia Pike. Currently, there is a shared on-street bike lane in both directions. However, with this use and the new garage on 9th Street, the vehicle activity will increase significantly along this segment of 9th Street, and there is a goal to provide better bike facilities for cyclists with this project. APS has agreed to widen the street to 45 feet. With that widening, it gives the county a number of options to improve bicycle facilities. We presented 3 options to the community for discussion so that we could get feedback on a number of points that we heard throughout the process. One point was to provide improved bicycle facilities. The other point was to consider on-street parking supply along 9th Street. And so the 3 options that were presented, the first option provides on-street bike lanes in both directions with parking in both directions. The second option provides protected bike facilities in both directions and a parking lane on the eastbound direction. And then the final option was an option that would provide parking on both sides, a shared bike lane eastbound, and then a protected bike lane westbound. The recommendation of the Transportation and the Planning Commissions were to advance option 2, providing protected bike facilities in both directions, along with removal of the parking on the south side of the street. DES, in coordination with APS, will advance option 2, and we will make design changes to both the South Walter Reed Drive project as it intersects with 9th Street to support protected bike lanes, and APS will include the protected bike lanes as part of their project. One other major transportation element that has been discussed throughout this project is the South Walter Reed Drive Complete Streets project. This is being done by Arlington County. In conjunction with the improvements that APS is proposing, there will be a radical change in how South Walter Reed Drive is presented to the community. The county's project proposes making improvements, removing the median and providing protected bike lanes in both sides of the street, as well as providing a new signalized intersection at South 9th Street. These changes will provide improvements for safety for all users, transit users, cyclists, pedestrians, and automobiles, and will help to reduce the overall travel speeds along this corridor, largely supporting the the public investments that APS is making at the site. As we look at the proposed development by APS, and APS will talk about this in more detail, but the project is proposing site circulation and operations around the site to support the existing schools, including pickup and drop off on South Walter Reed Drive for the new Career Center, maintenance of the pickup and drop off on South Highland Street for the Montessori program. The new parking garage on 9th Street will provide 345 parking spaces to support the teachers and staff at both the MPSA building and the new Career Center building, along with visitors. APS has proposed that the students be supported through the utilization of on-street parking around the site and within the neighborhood. The increase in capacity at the school is projected to add about 30 new student drivers. And so looking at data that APS collected, we believe that those 30 student drivers can be supported either adjacent to the site or within a short walk from the site. As a result, we recommend the proposed parking modification, which would have otherwise required 576 parking spaces on site. And one final transportation element is a proposed vacation. This is item B. We'll present it here to expedite things. 8th Street South was originally platted and dedicated in 1923. Since then, the street was never built. And then eventually the Henry Building was built on top of that. As a result of this, we wanted to make sure that things got cleaned up and are supporting the proposed vacation of 8th Street South. The 8th Street South is not on the master transportation plan, and the vacation is consistent with the county's comprehensive plan. Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you. So throughout the concept, schematic, design, and use permit process, there has been a high level of involvement from the adjacent civic associations and community, including staff and students on the site. The use permit application was submitted in February, and after several additional meetings with the PFRC and BLPC, staff held 2 virtual public meetings and visited the Form-Based Code Advisory Working Group with a courtesy update. The advisory working group members raised questions about green building standards, portions of the unimproved streetscape, and the unknown future of the MPSA building. C2E2 also provided a letter with concerns about fossil fuel heating systems, the building materials, optimizing energy efficiency, maximizing rooftop solar, and providing sufficient charging infrastructure to support the transition to electric vehicles. APS will share details on how they've addressed these concerns in their presentation in just a moment. The item also went to the Park and Recreation Commission, who shared the concerns expressed by the Arlington Heights Civic Association, which include the final condition of the school being limited to 2 buildings, inadequate green and open space, tall fencing and after-hours access to playgrounds, proper sidewalks and streetscapes around the entire site, and environmental standards. In recent weeks, we've continued to receive input and letters from civic associations, the Pike Presidents Group, and other members of the public highlighting similar concerns. As expressed in the board report, staff feels many of these concerns have been addressed by the recent refinements to the streetscape improvements, and that concerns about the future of the MPSA and open space will be addressed in a future public process. As Mr. Gibson summarized, the Transportation Commission recommended the County Board approve the use permit with an amendment to widen the sidewalk along the MPSA building adjacent to South Highland Street to 6 feet, replacing the existing planting strip, and also recommended option 2 with protected bike lanes in both directions on the 9th Street South and only 1 parking lane. They also determined the proposed vacation of a portion of 8th Street South to be consistent with the MTP. The Planning Commission also recommended the County Board approve the use permit in a motion that carried 5-4. In alignment with the Transportation Commission, they also unanimously recommended the sidewalk expansion on South Highland and option 2 with protected bike lanes in both directions for 9th Street. They also motioned that it is the sense of the Planning Commission that the final Arlington Career Center site should host 2 school buildings based on the demolition of the existing MPSA building in order to ensure additional open space on the site as planned. The motion carried 7-3. The Planning Commission also found the proposed vacation of a portion of 8th Street South to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And in consideration of these recommendations and the evolution of the project design, the county manager recommendation is to approve the use permit for redevelopment of the Arlington Career Center campus with the described elements and modifications to height, parking, and setbacks subject to the proposed conditions. And then lastly, for the ordinance to vacate a portion of 8th Street South, the county manager recommends the county board enact the attached ordinance and authorize the bureau chief to execute the deed of vacation. And that concludes the staff presentation, and we'd like to welcome APS to provide their presentation on the site design.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag and Mr. Gibson. Mr. Chambers, good to have you with us, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey and board members. I'm Jeff Chambers, Director of Design and Construction with Arlington Public Schools, and with me tonight is, or this afternoon or this morning, is Steve Stricker, who will be the project manager for the project. Briefly, I wanted to touch on, there we go. Wanted to touch on the board action from October 27th, 2022. As already been noted, that the new Career Center calculated capacity will be 1,619, and that's really based on 1,550 students that we're planning on putting into the building. The instructional programs, one of the things that the board also noted at that approval was that this is not a comprehensive high school. It is not intended to be. It is a choice school. For the programs specifically noted, including Arlington Tech, the Academic Academy, EL, PEP, and the CTE from the neighborhood high schools. So just wanted to make that note because initially we had been looking at a comprehensive high school option in the future, and the board specifically said this is not a neighborhood high school. So the program is created such that that in our educational specifications. Estimated cost has already been noted of $182.42 million. Site facilities we'll talk about are still the same as what they approved. Approximate building size is 261,900. And we're intending to complete the new building in 2025 and then complete all construction phases, including the structured parking and the on-site field by the summer of 2027. On this slide, I just wanted to note that we are looking at having a pre-construction BLPC PFRC meeting on or around October of 2023. School board approval of a construction contract in November, if all goes well, and then we would intend on beginning construction in December of 2023. And complete by the December of 2025 with the full completion of the site by the summer of 2027, as previously noted. Also, as part of this action in October 27th, 2022, the board did include action directing the superintendent to continue planning for the Career Center campus, addressing phase one, what they called phase two at that time, to refresh the existing Career Center building for the Montessori Public School of Arlington's program, to move into that location, and then phase three to demolish the MPSA building and replace by a new field and/or open space, with that work commencing after the fall of 2028. Since that action has passed, we have been directed to complete a study on how MPSA's educational specification can be accommodated in the existing building. But this relocation is not in the existing CIP, not funded at this point. But based on the board action at the schematic design approval, we do believe that this will be addressed in the next 10-year CIP. which would allow funding for the MPSA relocation to the existing Career Center building, as well as funding for the MPSA building to be demolished, the former Henry Elementary School. It would also allow us to do accurate amendments to the use permit appropriate for the work that gets approved in the CIP, as well as figuring out what will replace the Montessori Public School of Arlington and what will be funded to do that. We did also note that full-size regulation soccer field could fit in that space. Some other community conversation has been about maybe a diamond field could be included as well. Again, all of that would have to be studied, so we do not have that information at this time. Sustainable goals and site features. We basically are looking at environmentally responsive design as typical for what we do with our facilities. We realize and are seeking LEED Silver certification as a minimum, but we are going to target gold. It's going to be difficult. This is a very complicated building. It's not a typical school building. There is industrial uses within the building, which are going to make it difficult to achieve the gold rating, but we are going to still try to do that. We have roof and rainwater and curbless environment are all being diverted into on-site urban bioretention areas. We are noting that the existing permeable area on site is about 150,750 square feet. The proposed permeable area is about 70,000 square feet with the project as currently proposed, but that does not include the partially permeable synthetic turf that is 35,880 square feet, but it doesn't count in our calculations as permeable the way it's calculated, but it is open space and actually will be an improved field over the grass area that is at the corner of 7th and Walter Reed at this point in time. The outdoor water reduction, we're going to use native and adaptive plants, reducing water requirements. We are not putting in irrigation systems. Heat island effect through tree cover, reflective roofs and pavement materials. The tree count is increasing. Currently, there are 135 trees on the site. We will be proposed tree count at this time is 201 trees. So it's a significant improvement. Some of the comment from the community was, we were just looking at street trees. We are doing street trees as well as trees internal to the campus. We have had that reviewed by students, and students are very happy with the greening of their campus. Currently, they go outside of their school, and all they see is a parking lot. So I think that is a positive. Other sustainable site features, we're going to have very easy access to existing transit and improving the bike facilities. Noting that the 1 Columbia Pike bus station at the bus stop is one of the busiest in the county, so that's a good thing. Light pollution reduction through the use of dark sky fixtures. We are working with an energy efficient building envelope exceeding the minimum R values for wall and roof, exceeding the minimum performance of all glazing systems. We will be recycling construction waste from the Fenwick building demolition, as well as construction waste for the project itself. We are specifying low VOC materials and materials with recycled content, providing operable windows for the educational facilities, the spaces as part of our standards, specifying Energy Star equipment. The food services kitchen will be all electric equipment. The student kitchen will have gas and electric because of the program and what they need to learn and equipment. Joint use of facilities, as always, our schools will be open for community use in non-school hours, including a full-size gym that will be within the space. Arlington County EUI standards for new K-12 facilities is 44, and despite the energy intensity that we have to use for the facility itself, we are targeting at this point in the mid-30s. So we will be under the standard. Using LED light fixtures, water source heat pump mechanical systems. Essentially, we are looking at a fundamentally electric mechanical system We basically minimize the reliance on natural gas boiler for supplemental heat only. We will have a natural gas generator, fully automated HVAC controls, solar ready at available roof space, provide enhanced commissioning practices. Our first shot at looking at the mechanicals for this was we wanted to do geothermal. That is APS's first choice. However, trying to keep all of the programs operating on the site, we did not have the available land to look at doing the wells at this time. However, we did look at utilizing a water system in the building that could be in the future connected to a geothermal well field, rather than the VRF system that we utilized at the Heights building, because we find that is not able to be converted in the future. Transportation, traffic study indicated garage capacity staff is sufficient for our staff. We don't provide student parking, and as noted by county staff, we believe that the traffic study indicates sufficient on-street resources for student parking. The garage design has evolved. Basically, half the garage is sloped, the other half is flat floor. That did a couple of things. One is it reduced the footprint of what we were trying to create or of it that it takes up. The second thing is it does allow the flat floor areas to be utilized for community events in the future. If there wanted to be some kind of fair on those flat floors or market or, anything, it could be utilized for that. We are utilizing natural ventilation. We don't have mechanical ventilation for the garage. And we wanted to note that we did at one point talk about below grade, but the cost for that is 2 to 3 times the cost of an above grade garage, which is why we're looking at that above grade structure at this point. As far as the Fare Free program, APS has issued approximately 90 student iRide cards since the start of this school year. There were additional cards issued in the prior year on a pilot program. However, we don't have those numbers available. With regard to the latest APS Go survey for bicycle use, grades 9 through 10, they have about a 7% bicycle use. Grades 11 through 12, they don't have a bicycle use, and staff is about 4%. I guess you get your driver's license and you decide not to ride your bike anymore. I'm not sure.
A little scary if former bikers become drivers, but we'll leave that for another day.
All right. So moving into some of the items with regard to the plans and the drawings. The new Arlington Career Center will be paralleling Walter Reed. That's the large facility on the lower right-hand corner of the drawing that you're currently looking at. And it's replacing the Fenwick building and also the playground for Montessori Public School, as well as the green space that used to be on the corner of 7th and Walter Reed. With the first thing that is going to happen on the site that you'll actually start seeing this summer will be the demolition of the current Fenwick building. The other thing that has to happen before we can start construction is relocation of the playground for the Montessori Public School of Arlington. So if you look just above the new Career Center, you'll see a number 4 with a green rectangle. That actually will be a turf field, a natural turf field, not a synthetic turf field. So we intend to get that planted shortly, and we will have actually improved playground spaces for the Montessori Public School, which will include half-court asphalt basketball court, and the blue squares and the blue shapes, I guess I should say, moving up around the corner are playground spaces, age-appropriate, handicapped accessible, much better serviceability than the current playgrounds, which really are not easily accessible for our handicapped students. And number 4 on the top is replacing asphalt with synthetic turf for the primary students. And that play space is directly adjacent to the sidewalk on Highland Street. The green field in the middle will be the last phase of the project. It's numbered number 3, and that is a synthetic turf field. It will actually have gravel underneath. It will retain stormwater, but it's not considered permeable according to county standards. The existing career center will pretty much remain as it is. However, we will be tearing down, as the second phase of this work, the shops on the back, which really don't have a use for an elementary school, which is probably the use of this building, and they don't have a high enough clearance for a gymnasium. So we're replacing them. That's where we're putting the parking structure, which is directly across from the ECDC garage, thanks, Steve, on the other side of 9th Street. I did want to note that the number 2 that runs between the existing Career Center and the new Career Center is intended to be a vehicle-free environment. It's intended for bikes, buses, and pedestrians. And it's also intended to be used by the community for fairs and festivals and whatever on non-school hours, weekends and evenings and whatever, so that it can be utilized in multiple ways. And those hard surfaces, as I had mentioned before, are all draining into biobasins, not directly into a storm system. Next slide, please. Oh, thanks, Steve. This is the transportation routes that we're looking at, and the green dashes are bicycle paths. The lavender are pedestrian paths. The blue is the bus routes. And then we have typical bus unloading and loading areas that will be in place at the end of this. And also we have temporary facilities that will be created that will do similar configurations during the construction of the parking garage and the field. You note all of those yellow rectangles will not be there at the same time. Essentially, buses that are dropping off at the new Career Center would be on the right-hand side so that the bus doors exit. The buses that would unload for the Montessori in its current location would be at a different time. So it's elementary and secondary are at different times. All right. We also, as we said, it's open space, shared space for the pedestrian way, as we've called it. But we also understand some of our disabled community members are used to truncated domes and crosswalks and whatnot. So there are pedestrian areas that vehicles do not go in. So we are actually adding crosswalks and truncated domes to make it familiar for those folks. The other thing that I wanted to briefly mention is bike parking. We will be including Class 1 long-term secure bike parking in the parking structure. We will have Class 2 short-term outdoor bike parking all over the site because we intend this to be a busy site for not only the students but after-school hours. And we will also include some short-term outdoor covered bike parking under canopies of the existing Career Center as well as the new Career Center, which are indicated by the blue dots. These renderings I'm going to go through relatively quickly. These first groups of renderings really are focusing on the building, where we're looking at utilizing brick, metal panels, and phenolic plastic panels. And some of the trees have been faded, so it doesn't really show the site directions at that time. But I did want to note that the building is stepping back from Walter Reed, again, to reduce the impact on the street. We also have outdoor terraces that are included. There will be planters on those outdoor terraces, though they will not be fully intensive green roofs. And we also are noting that any free roof space on this building will be available for solar. But we do have a lot of rooftop equipment, again, because this is an industrial building as well as a school building, so we have a lot of equipment and ventilation systems that we need to accommodate as part of this project. This is looking from the backside. We also have another terrace that is cut into the building, and you can see the curbless environment on the right-hand side. The existing library would be just off the picture from the entrance to the new Career Center. Also in the back, we have a tree grove for students, for outdoor lunch, as well as outdoor classes, et cetera. And then this rendering is from Walter Reed, looking at from the 7th Street side. You can see the building is set back from 7th Street. You don't see all of the trees that have been planted or will be planted between 7th Street and the building, just so you can see the building on this particular rendering. This next rendering is actually looking at the building across the synthetic field that is along Walter Reed, but we're looking here from Highland, and then the space that you see, the pedestrian-friendly bikeway is directly between the existing Career Center and the new Career Center. And then moving into this is focusing, these are the renderings that are focusing on the curbless environment as well as the landscape. So you can see the trees, the building is shown in white. This is looking from the Walter Reed side. To the right, you can see the entrance to the new Career Center. To the left, you see the canopy at the current library. One of the other things that has been added to the project is with the curbless environment, we are reworking the sidewalk adjacent to the library to create a plaza that the library can use while they are continuing to occupy the existing Career Center building. This rendering is from a drone looking up the curbless environment, and you can see it with buses and without buses, just to give you an idea of what is intended there. And then this view is looking from a drone from the Highland Street side. So you can see the curbless environment, the additional trees that will be on campus. To the right is the biobasins that the curbless environment drains into, and the white block with the shadows of the trees is the current Career Center. Next rendering is showing you the buses. Again, the buses wouldn't be on both sides at the same time in a typical time frame, but we just wanted to show that they could actually pass there with space between them. And then you have the pedestrian way with the bicycles and pedestrians most of the time. This is a view looking from the entrance to the existing Career Center, looking up the west side of the new building. You can see the tree grove that we talked about, which is a break space for the students that can eat lunches and do outdoor classrooms. And then you see a shaded area behind that red tree. That is fencing that surrounds the auto body vehicles that can go in and out of the garage that would have access from the back of the building. And again, this is the pedestrian way looking from the Highland Street end, and you can see the biobasins on the right-hand side and the existing Career Center building and the field on the left-hand side, which generally has a 4-foot fence around it, except at Highland we've put in a taller fence. 7th Street entrance, again, these are looking at the types of trees that we're planning on utilizing, and we're using understory trees as well as street trees, a lot less shrubbery, but providing trees. So we have the visibility and safety and security concerns addressed. The next slide is the parking structure off of 9th Street. Again, we're getting rid of the huge concrete wall that's currently on 9th Street, opening that space up. We're going to be cladding the back of the Career Center with metal panels, and those metal panels will be complemented with colored metal panels that we'll be utilizing to shield vehicles in the parking structure at the corner. This would be looking from the backside of the existing Career Center that would remain, which is currently the studio, and this field area would be green space. At this point, would probably be developed in the future with the Montessori Public School of Arlington taking over the building on the right-hand side. And then this is a street view of 9th Street. To the right, you can see the ECDC garage. The left is the proposed garage. And again, the trees that we're intending to populate the corner of Highland and 9th with. And then the view of the parking structure and receiving area for the existing Career Center with the parking garage on the right-hand side. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. We do appreciate it. I know we have a number of commissions who have reviewed this use permit proposal. We'll begin, as we always do, with our Planning Commission. Ms. Peterson, I see you are still here.
Hello, again, I'm Tenley Peterson from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard this item at our May 31st hearing. I'll start with our recommendations. The Planning Commission finds the proposed vacation of a portion of 8th Street South is substantially in accord with the adopted comprehensive plan or applicable part thereof. That was passed unanimously 10-0. The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board approve a use permit for redevelopment of the Arlington Career Center with an expanded design capacity of 1,619 students, above grade parking structure, partial demolition of the existing Career Center building, synthetic turf field, play area improvements associated with the existing Montessori Public School of Arlington building, streetscape improvements with modifications to the Arlington County zoning ordinance, requirements for setback height, parking regulations subject to the conditions of the staff report. This passed, but with a 5-4 vote. We have a couple additional motions. The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board only consider option 2 for the configuration of 9th Street South, which provides protected bike lanes in both directions. This passed unanimously, 10-0. This was also the Transportation Commission's vote, and this was the vote that staff is advancing, so that's great. The next motion, the Planning Commission recommends that the County Board explore paving the landscape strip between the sidewalk and curb of the unimproved portion of the South Highland Street sidewalk along MPSA site to provide an improved interim condition until the full streetscape can be designed and built at the time of the demolition and redevelopment of MPSA. This passed unanimously, 10-0. And finally, it is the sense of the Planning Commission that the final Arlington Career Center site should host 2 school buildings based on the demolition of the existing MPSA building in order to ensure additional open space on the site as planned. This passed 7-3. We heard from multiple public speakers and civic associations. The major concerns were open space, above ground parking, impervious surfaces, the fencing, and the turf field. And Commissioner Steinberger from the Planning Commission provided a report from the Public Facilities Review Committee, and her overall feeling of leading that process was that there was a positive evolution of the project during that time, and there was a strong level of public engagement. I'll just note that I recuse myself from the discussion, deliberation, and vote of this particular item because I support my children's school, MPSA, as an occasional substitute teacher. So I did not participate in the vote on this, but I'm here to report to you about the Commission's vote. We discussed the parking garage, the idea that it was being provided above grade, whereas normally the GLUP recommends a below grade. Commissioner Sarli, who is our kind of resident architect, was talking about how this is not a great architectural or urban design perspective. Cost was the main reason that this was being chosen, as well as some phasing. It was estimated that the cost was about 3 times compared to providing an above grade parking structure if we wanted to underground it. There was also questions about could green space be considered on top of the garage roof as had been done at Fleet Elementary. Again, it was decided by staff that this was cost prohibitive. There were questions about the availability of street parking for existing residents, and staff relayed that they felt like the above ground parking structure would provide the adequate amount of parking that is going to be needed. And we also talked about EV parking spaces that is not going to be installed at this time. Questions about accessible parking, those were answered. We talked about the future of the Montessori building, and it's not part of this site plan. There are procedural reasons that can't be part of the current site plan. But the question was asked, MPSA building is not rated to be in great condition. Can the Arlington Career Center building be used for the Montessori program? And the answer was yes, it absolutely could be reused. And you've heard about that kind of future planning that's been proposed today. Questions about the height of the fences. The neighbors didn't feel like it was welcoming. 6-foot fences are a bit high. That was a request of the principal for security reasons. And then questions about the synthetic field. Why are we using that instead of grass? The response was that because of the use of the field, it's going to be used a lot, and that APS is now moving a lot of their fields from traditional to synthetic. There were questions about the size of the field being an equity issue, since this is not a regulation size field. The response was that because this is a choice field, choice school, that is the reason for the smaller field, and that there are other examples of choice schools having smaller field sizes. But then just a general concern that with the large price tag that we're providing here, we should be more forward, and could we get a larger field size and facilities that are a bit nicer. And then there was concern about the lack of long-term planning on this site with respect to future uses because of the procedural reasons for the phased approach and things not being considered part of this site plan. As far as bus circulation, we discussed, according to the master transportation plan, 9th Street is a bike boulevard, which kind of led to our motion that was approved and is now going to be accepted. Looking again at adequate parking, we discussed that. It looks like it will be adequate. And just getting back to open space, there's not enough open space on this site. How can we expand it? When the MPSA building is removed, can we make sure to keep that space open at that time? That would be recommended. And let's see. As far as the facilities that are available to the community, the staff did relay that there's going to be the full-size gym and basketball courts available to the public. But Planning Commission definitely wanted the space to feel welcoming to the neighbors. And let's see, and lastly, there was concern that the civic associations continue to feel a bit hesitant with this project, so continuing to maintain outreach with them and letting them know what's going on. But finally, Commissioner Steinberger did lead the PFRC for this project, and she did say that she did see actionable progress from APS, including consideration of the roof design on the new Career Center building and treescape plan for this site. So that's all I have for today. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And we do have, I believe, your colleague, Ms. Steinberger, who is available for questions as well, with her noted involvement. Are there any other commissions, Ms. Jacobs? I believe Ms. McIntyre?
Yes.
All right. That looks like an open seat, so it's good for us.
Again, Joan McIntyre, representing the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. This project has been frustrating for us. We've been participating in the public process and have gotten very limited information on sustainability, and in fact, getting just other than commitment to LEED Silver, which is pretty minimal, especially given Arlington's history of building national award-winning schools. But also, in terms of, it was really in January that we got the information that they were planning to use fossil gas for the system, somewhat late in the process. Those things aside, again, electrification has been the key. The plan does indicate minimal use of gas for auxiliary heat, but why other options may not look. I'm always puzzled a little bit to understand with our climate in a very highly energy efficient building, which is what the design seems to call for, that they would necessarily need auxiliary help. But I'm not an engineer, so I can't really make anything authoritative of that. But they're being used throughout the country and in much colder climes. But the more consider is the decision to not go forward with geothermal at this point seems to be a huge lost opportunity. We have considerable experience in our schools in using geothermal, highly energy efficient, so that again, they're designing the system so that it can be shifted over to geothermal, but there's absolutely no information in terms of any timeline. One would think that they could use the synthetic turf field as the major field for putting in the geothermal system, hopefully being sized so that it can actually be used throughout the whole complex over time as it's redeveloped and renovated. So again, knowing more about when the timeline would be to connect with geothermal should be a high priority, both for the county board and APS. Other issues is the solar, recognizing that there are lots of different uses for solar, and I think using terraces and that for outdoor student activities and instruction, makes a lot of sense. And obviously, there's always competition for rooftop space. But we do think there may be a huge lost opportunity of not designing the parking garage to include solar canopies, at least having the infrastructure ready so that they could maybe use a PPA as they're using in other schools to put solar on that. And then again, teachers would actually be able to park in the shade, which might have some value to them as well. And similarly is considering EV charging within the parking lots. Again, it would be a good benefit for the teachers. I know the county is looking very much consistently and in depth as to where they could put EV chargers, and this would seem to be an obvious place to put them as part of the construction. So that's it. And just one minor thing is I do, looking at the demolitions of the buildings and making sure that as much of the material is shifted to reuse or recycling. I would just suggest a very minor change of words in how we look at that and think of it as deconstruction and not demolition, to highlight the importance of reusing and recycling buildings when we do decide that they need to be replaced. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other commission speakers on this item?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Colleagues, I will note for the record that even though they are not here to present, we've also heard from the Park and Recreation Commission. We've also heard from the Building Level Planning Committee via letter, as well as a host of letters from members of the public, who I am sure will be on our speaking list in a moment. With that, I think we're ready for our public speakers on this item.
Okay, our first speaker is Ann Webb, followed by Oliver Massott.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You're going to hear from a lot of my neighbors after myself, and I think most of us are going to be standing in opposition to this moving forward at this time. The last meeting I attended was the Planning Commission meeting, where a nice little chuckle was shared about how long this project has taken. It's still not ready, and the desire for this project to move forward is not a good enough reason to let it move forward half-baked. There's insufficient green space. We saw this with Fleet. A guarantee of a future 10-year CIP that will consider it, that's not progress. Being able to list off the categories of our concerns, parking, green space, consideration of the neighborhood, fences, listing those does not equal progress. You've heard what we've said, they've heard what we've said, doesn't mean they've done anything. Pointing again to a future 10-year CIP, that is not progress. That is leaving us hoping and crossing our fingers that maybe somebody will do something about it. The projects we've seen in South Arlington lately give us no such guarantee that that's going to be the case. We talk a lot about green space. A diamond field was mentioned. I'm the one who mentioned the diamond field. South Arlington currently has 10 non-permit required baseball fields available. 10. We're going to go to 9. Our neighbors in North Arlington are lucky to have 26. We will have 9 with no guarantee of getting that 10th one back. The field that's currently at MPSA is used for soccer practice,
baseball practice, t-ball. The community uses it. No longer having a regulation-sized field is not just a problem for the school, it's a problem for the area around, the neighborhood around. And I would like to ask a question that I don't know that there's an answer to, but something I would like this board to consider. Are there any other schools in Arlington County where the play space, including a turf field, are across a bus street in the middle of the school? The children are going to be asked to cross the bus lanes to get to their open green space,
Thank you, Ms.
currently
Webb.
and in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Oliver Massett, followed by George Straubs.
Good morning. My name is Olivier Massot. I live in Arlington Heights near the Career Center. The upcoming Career Center project offers a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build a unique school that both students and the community need. We want a designed environment that confronts climate change with dynamic green spaces for all to enjoy. The current exterior design for the Career Center is more reminiscent of a bus terminal with the addition of synthetic turf fields and concrete benches. Artificial grass might get extra playtime, but the 36,000 square feet of plastic turf is not environmentally friendly and ultimately has to be trashed or else shipped to a recycler in Denmark at a big expense. Let's do better and be more audacious. Instead of plastic fields, we should have a nature track around the property, climbing walls, vertical gardens, dynamic environments that allow for various kinds of exercise, play, and learning. For inspiration of what might be possible for the Career Center, visit the creative design of the Lubber Run Community Center, as it has a designed outdoor spaces that invite everyone, the young and the older, to be together. Our love of nature is not simply symbolic. We require green spaces to create and breathe fresh air. Green spaces help students and teachers better manage stress. Green spaces make economic sense too, improving land value and family life. This land and Arlington Career Center is the message to the future that we care about education and understand how nature helps us all thrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Straubs, followed by Ted Black.
Yeah. Hello, good to be here. I'm the VP of the Penrose Neighborhood Association. I'd like to just echo some points made by the Arlington Heights Civic Association. One concern which was addressed is that this school at the moment is to be LEED Silver nominally, but you're targeting LEED Gold, and that's a great thing. Let's hope that's achieved. The other concern is parking spaces. I'm not sure if there's sufficient parking there which will not spread out to the neighborhood community, because it's still undetermined, I understand, whether there's 70 or 230 parking spots for students that will be required. So I think it's still a big concern there's going to be sprawl of parking across the neighborhood. The other thing is the synthetic turf. I understand from the presentation that the turf on the playing field will be natural turf, but the remaining fields will be synthetic. And that has got a concern on several fronts, the recycling and also the fact that it's not pervious. It would be good to have lower fencing around the school, because 4 foot say, so that it looks like a bit more of an inclusive location. I understand that the fences will be higher than that. I'll read this one out because I don't understand it too well. We also echo the concern about the removal of the third building on site and believe that the use permit application should be revised to show a final condition of no more than 2 buildings and appropriate green and open space at the site of the former Patrick Henry building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ted Black, followed by Stephen Hughes.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey, members of the County Board. I'm Ted Black, and I chair the School Board's Building Level Planning Committee for the Career Center. The BLPC provided advice to the school board prior to its decision to proceed with the project in October, and you have that in the letter that I sent you. Since then, we've met jointly with the Public Facilities Review Committee to comment on refining that schematic design, but we haven't acted on any recommendations. So my comments this morning are my own based on my experience as the chair. So first, I want to thank all those who've contributed to the process and helped to improve the project. During the concept design phase of the project, community concerns about the future of the overall site prompted the school board to include longer-term direction in the CIP. The school board then included that plan in the motion to approve the project in October, and the APS presentation shared the details of that with you, so you have that. I think it's important to acknowledge that this has rightly created an expectation for the site outside of the immediate project. And affirming that plan outside of action on this immediate project will help to assure people that this element will be executed in the future once things here in this project are completed. As for the ACC project and its use permit, the modern programs that APS wants to offer in the ACC demand more than the existing building can accommodate or provide for high school students in an equitable way. The programs help students acquire skills essential for the operation of our community. And they challenge students to think creatively about science and technology that we can only imagine today. That's happening, but it's happening in an inequitable way for the students who are there. And this facility will help to improve that. The new building is designed, as I said, to meet those needs, and it has the flexibility to adapt to future needs, including more sustainable operations. It's been mentioned already, but we've talked about the Career Center for years. The current project isn't perfect, but it enables continued operations on site, and it creates a modern campus that will meet the needs of the students who are there and will, again, further the needs of our community. So I would ask and urge you to approve the permit for the ACC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black.
Our next speaker is Stephen Hughes, followed by Veronica Bartlett.
Good morning. Can I confirm that I'm heard?
We can hear you, Mr. Hughes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Good morning. My name is Stephen Hughes, and my neighbors have asked me to speak. And over 8 years ago, a county board found fit to appoint me as a planning commissioner. After one of the many points I made was the connection of all aspects in APS planning and the need for high school seats. Today, you have before you a use permit to approve an additional 1,500 plus seats for the deserving students who attend Career Center school building. Much has been made about the budget, and I have submitted to you clear evidence that the budget is not only $30,000 less per seat, or a total of about $47 million less than it should be. It perpetuates the trend of APS's disparate investments, which are less the poor and more diverse the school building's community and students. The community objects and has said you are wronging them in 5 specific ways, and they are clear. The parking should have been undergrounded to add tree canopy and extra open space to a dense community. The building should have been net zero or leave gold, just like the Heights building. The sidewalks should have been properly constructed across the entire site. This would have been easy if utilities were undergrounded, like they were at Cardinal and Discovery. Pictures have been provided. The green space identified in the PSMP should have been maintained or enhanced by funding the demolition and movement of the MPSA within the site instead of diminishing the green space. All of these are epitomized by the fence height. For 50 years, when each side of the fence were neighbors, the 4-foot fence was sufficient. Then, the very day the community in the school felt the neighbors outside the school were a security threat, the fence was raised to 6 feet. Gates moved from the street to the building and padlocks installed. If this board wants to place its thumb on the scale and right the wrongs of the past, instead of perpetuating these injustices, it is simple. Ensure the spending per seat matches the Heights buildings, whose students and community are richer and whiter than the Career Center students and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Next speaker is Veronica Bartlett, followed by Aaron Miller.
Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Veronica Bartlett, and I'm here to share my concerns with the permit use application for the Arlington Career Center. I've lived in the shadow of the Career Center for more than 30 years. My 4 children attended Patrick Henry Elementary School, and I've worked for the past 9 years at the Arlington Community High School. So I have a deeply vested interest in the development of this parcel of land, especially since the students at the school where I work are being relocated yet again to make room for this expansion. First and foremost, I would like the school system to honor their promise to us that the result of this project will include just 2 buildings, not 3. We do not want 3 school buildings on this property, nor do we want 2 school buildings and another building for any other purpose. The neighborhood simply cannot absorb more people, more traffic, or more parking demands. Once the new Career Center is constructed and the present Career Center building is refurbished, the current Montessori building should be deconstructed to make way for green space. Which brings me to my second point. The final capacity of this expanded school campus is more than 2,500 students. It is imperative that there be adequate green space, playing fields, and playground equipment for these students. Additionally, these green spaces, playing fields, and playgrounds should be open to the public when school is not in session. Our neighborhood is home to more schools than any other neighborhood in Arlington. At a bare minimum, we deserve the courtesy of having access to these facilities in the evenings and on weekends. There are many neighbors in our community, especially occupants of apartments and duplexes, who avail themselves of outside spaces in the evenings and on weekends. I urge you to not approve the use permit for the Career Center in its present state, but rather to insist that it be reworked to reflect that there will only be 2 buildings on that property at the end of the project, and that they will provide green space, sports fields, and playground equipment, which will be accessible to the public when not in use by the schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aaron Miller, followed by Brian Sigritz.
Good morning. I had a number of issues that I wanted to cover regarding the Career Center redevelopment, but I sent a letter last week addressed to Mr. Dorsey and the board as well as APS. So I'll refer you all to that for some specific feedback. However, I just want to say that I've been monitoring the Career Center development process, and I really had a lot of trust just in our community and that the consensus that would emerge, because I trust our elected officials. I've been an Arlington resident for 20 years. I generally like the direction that we're going in. But I received the ACHA letter on May 10th, and that really sparked some concerns in me. And then I attended the May 31st Commissioner Planning meeting, which really shocked me. I can't believe the kind of bait and switch that I feel like we've been subjected to as community members. I'll also draw your attention to the fact that numerous commissioners said that they would not approve this permit or this plan if it was any other developer besides APS. And I think just listening to item number 39, that's clear that you all would not do this if it wasn't APS behind this. The only reason it passed was because one of the commissioners had abstained from voting. I don't think that's how you make a decision about $200 million of taxpayer dollars. I'll also direct your attention to Commissioner Steinberger, who said that we shouldn't have the same standards for our schools and our tax dollars as we do for private developers who have more at stake or more money. And I find that incredibly short-sighted. That's not the way good public policy decisions are made. So I think I'm going to just leave it at that. I think our neighbors have covered everything else. I strongly oppose going forward with this as it's currently constructed. We can do better in Arlington than what's being proposed right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our Our next speaker is Brian Segrets, followed by Terry Armayo.
Thank you for the opportunity to
Before you
speak.
begin, Mr. Sigrist, just want to make sure we get the timer. Here we go. Please proceed.
Yep, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of the county board today. I'm Brian Segrets, co-president of the Arlington Heights Civic Association. As you're aware, Arlington Heights is the home of the Career Center. It is also one of the oldest neighborhoods in Arlington with diverse housing. Arlington Heights has long been supportive of APS and currently has more schools located within its boundaries than any other neighborhood in Arlington. That being said, as you've heard from other speakers, we have a number of concerns with the Career Center use permit and inequities included in the permit. I should also add our concerns were echoed last week by members of the Planning Commission. I believe you have all received a copy of our letter outlining our concerns. I should also note that 7 other surrounding neighborhoods have submitted a letter supporting our concerns. Our concerns largely lie around the fact the use permit is not a fully thought out plan that does not provide adequate green and open space, nor does it meet the same standards as other recent projects throughout the county. The Career Center site is roughly the same site as Amazon's Penn Place. However, even though it's such a large site, the Career Center use permit does not show all phases of development. It is not clear what the final full impact will be on our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods, what the final costs will be, how long construction will ultimately last for all phases, and how many buildings will remain. The final condition of the use permit leaves 3 large buildings: the new Career Center site, the old Career Center, and the old Patrick Henry building, which currently hosts the Montessori program. Having 3 buildings will leave inadequate green and open space. We are asking that the use permit be modified to show a final condition of no more than 2 buildings and appropriate green and open space at the current Patrick Henry building. In addition to a lack of green space, we are concerned about the loss of public facilities. Currently, the Career Center has open fields and park, which are used by many people throughout the surrounding neighborhoods, including residents of Fillmore Garden Apartments across Walter Reed. The use permit removes a number of public facilities, including a diamond field, a full-size basketball court, a playground, and large green open space. We want to ensure that the final condition of the use permit contains adequate green space, sufficient public facilities, and is available after school hours. Another area of concern is the lack of proper streetscaping and sidewalks, especially around the current Patrick Henry building. When the new Arlington Career Center opens, there'll be approximately 2,500 people on site. We are asking that the use permit be revised to include proper sidewalks around the entirety of the Career Center site and to comply with Arlington County streetscape standards. Furthermore, the current plans do not call for undergrounding the utilities. Moving the utilities underground has been done at other recent school buildings, so we ask, why not here? We are particularly concerned that the final condition of the use permit delivers play areas along the corner of 7th and Highland Streets, which will be behind new 6-foot fencing, due to what APS has called security concerns. 6-foot fencing is inconsistent with other APS school sites, unwelcoming to the public, and is inconsistent with the public schools master plan. We want to make sure that the new fencing is 4 feet, and that the playgrounds are accessible after hours to the surrounding neighborhoods who frequently use the Career Center site. Additionally, it appears the new Career Center building may not be built to the same environmental standards as other recent buildings. We want to see that the building is built to the same standard as other recent schools, which received a LEED Gold certification. Finally, we want to ensure the parking garage has adequate parking to meet identified needs and complies with the zoning ordinance. While we would still like to see an underground parking garage like other recent county buildings, we at least want to make sure the parking garage has sufficient parking. We also want to make sure the parking garage meets a high architectural standard. In summary, we ask that you ensure the Career Center site provides adequate green space, leaves only 2 buildings, provides adequate facilities, and meets the same standards as other recent projects throughout Arlington County. Thank you for your time, and we're always happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Okay, our final speaker is Terry Armayo.
Hi, can you all hear me? Hi, everybody. I'm here speaking on behalf of our Penrose president, who had other obligations. I'm the environmental chair for the Penrose neighborhood. We're supporting Arlington Heights and the other Pike neighborhoods and objecting to the issuing of the use permit as requested by APS. There are two things that I see in every piece of literature from the county. The word equity is in almost every sentence, and engagement. And in this permit, we have a failure of both. So there is no reason why this school should be different than any school that is built in any other neighborhood. Arlington Heights actually invited the building of a high school in their neighborhoods, 3 schools. They wanted, and we wanted, a neighborhood school. We did not get that. There were so many asks in years of meetings, and none of those asks are included in this design. We were told this design was going to be the jewel of Columbia Pike. It is not. It looks like a Russian-built building. It's just unbelievable. I'm going to speak now about specifics. Originally, APS testified at various community meetings that there was a need for 576 parking spaces at this site. They are providing 345, and they have stated that they will tell students to park in nearby neighborhoods in unzoned streets. That is not sufficient. So we are, then they changed the number, so we're either short 80 spots or 180. Not sure which one it is because we can't get information of that. The Transportation Commission and Planning Commission want to remove parking on South 9th Street when we are short spaces to provide 2 sides of bike lanes, when literally his survey stated that 4% of staff bicycle. That's 13 people. That's 13. I mean, this is absurd. We need to make sure that we have adequate parking so students can park on the site as well as staff. Impervious surface, the whole sea of concrete is, the whole thing is a sea of concrete. So if we are making homeowners and developers put in pervious driveways and structures for parking, why aren't we doing this in our walkways here? There is way too much impervious surface, and that's going to create stormwater problems. So as people have testified to you, this is being built as LEED silver. We know this should be built as LEED gold. Again, to me, this is an equity issue with South and North Arlington. Brian and others have spoke to you about the fencing. Penrose agrees this needs to be 4-foot fencing and it needs to be accessible to the community. The use permit does not state that the 3rd building would be removed, and their APS is basically saying this is a future capital project, but there is no guarantee going forward that that would happen, and then the community would lose the amenities where so many kids, as Brian also said, Fillmore Gardens heavily uses those facilities for all of their kids. It's right across the street. So as far as the plastic grass, why would we spend millions, and it will cost millions, to put plastic grass in a playground and on fields that cannot be recycled? It just doesn't make any sense. We need drainage. We need an inviting spot for people to have movie night or music or for kids to play. We don't need plastic grass all over Arlington County. So we support everything that these people have testified before me, and thank you, and please do not approve the use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers?
No, there's,
Discussion is now with the county board and colleagues, just to keep the many themes in order. Propose roughly 4 buckets: macro issues, which could include school policy, school funding capacity, any studies that have been done on the useful life of buildings that exist there currently, coordination with the county. If there are any of those, that would be in that bucket. Then, of course, we have the open space, which is inclusive of all of the concerns about turfing, et cetera. Then there's parking, circulation, and transit, mobility throughout the site. And then finally, the site plan improvements, which would include sidewalks, utilities, and the buildings themselves. So if we could go in that order just to keep us roughly organized, let's start off with any questions about macro issues. And while you're thinking, I'll sort of begin. Mr. Chambers, if you could bring back your presentation and go back to the slides where you outline what are the adopted motions which constitute policy of the school board, just so that we can fully understand not only the substance of them, but what that sort of means to you all as an institution. I'll give you a second to do that. Well, while you're pulling it up, I'll just, if one of you can keep an ear out to what I'm asking. For this body at least, when we make motions and we actually go through with a vote to declare something, to direct something, it actually, until controverted by the body, is the publicly accountable way we are expected to act. So absent some change in that direction or policy, we convey that our actions should leave the public and other interested stakeholders with an understanding that that is what will happen. Is that true as well for how your body operates?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And so for the purposes of this conversation, until publicly altered, the school board has set a direction that in addition to seeking to have a development schedule of the new building on this site and construction of the parking garage and all of the other facilities subject to the use permit, that following that, there will be a decommissioning of the existing Patrick Henry building, what I'll call the Patrick Henry building, and a utilization of the existing Career Center building for any elementary seats that are in need because of that decommissioning.
Yeah, I think that unfortunately we can't get that slide back up, but as per slide 5, that's why we said our assumption was that that's what would happen.
Right. But it's just to drill down, it's not just an assumption unless APS does something publicly different. That is what you are expected to do.
Correct.
And that will also include at the time at which you shift from MPSA, that space that becomes available, also because of the motion that was made, is intended to be some combination of athletic space or open space that will be accessible to the community.
Yeah, I believe they said open or green space. And again, it has to be developed as to what that is.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, on that exact line of questioning, thank you for starting us there, Mr. Chair. It is my understanding that the Career Center will not be relocated to its new building until 2025 at the earliest, likely 2026. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it fair to say that we could expect, given that, as Mr. Dorsey established, it is the direction and intent to deconstruct MPSA and construct a new field, is it fair to say that by the time ACC is relocated, there should be an adopted plan in terms of money in the CIP and potentially even starting to advance design to effectuate that third phase?
Yeah, that would be correct because the CIP, our next CIP, would be basically next summer.
Okay, thank you.
Summer 24.
Thank you. Swinging on, Ms. Garvey.
Just a little bit more on that. Do you have a general estimate of what the cost will be to decommission that building?
To
Decommission the Patrick Henry building. I'm looking forward to what, I can see how people are concerned. The plan is now to have this green space, and it's great, but that's going to cost money, and you may need, I just would sort of like a general idea, and when that might happen then, because from Ms. Crystal's questioning, I'm thinking maybe 2026, 27, but it's not in the CIP now at all. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that the major cost is refitting a secondary building to be an elementary building of the existing Career Center. The demolition or decommissioning of the building, I don't think would be a significant cost in the sense of, right now we're about $300,000 to decommission the Fenwick building, and I'm going to say it's 4 to 5 times larger, the Patrick Henry building. So, you can do the math, and it would be in that ballpark indoor range.
So it's actually effectuating the move itself, you think, is going to be the expensive part?
The refitting, again, we've, like I said, we've done a study to see if the ed spec would fit in that existing building, and it does. And we provided, put together a study that shows multiple options for consideration of the superintendent when he does his CIP presentation to the board.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't think this is something we put into the permit, that they have to, we can't do that. But I think we can commit to following it really closely and working with our school board colleagues and making sure that this actually does happen, because I can't really understand people's concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully understand why the community is not, is eerie about that. The plans for the Career Center have changed many times, despite the, and the guidance of the school board has changed many times, for reasons that I can understand, that we all can understand. And I trust that this is the direction that you have and the direction that you're working on. It is not of lesser importance, though. So you say that you did a preliminary study that shows that the Montessori program fits into the legacy building, correct? But you don't know the cost yet, and you don't know the options that are available. Has this study identified any significant obstacle that could, delay, protract this process, similar to how we found, many stumbling blocks on the way to the new ACC?
I think that the stumbling block is just getting the funding in the CIP available at the timing that it's required to be available. I think that's, you all work on a CIP, and you have that juggle between dollars and need and how you put that together. And I assume that's the only obstacle I know of at this point in time.
Yeah, I get that, but there are always competing priorities. You have also a lot of Title I schools that you need to fix right now, and do you have an idea, like Ms. Garvey asked, what the a reasonable expectation is as to the order of magnitude of spending there, and how it would impact on APS's bonding capacity?
Yeah, the studies range in from 20 million to more than that. It's a range of how much you do to the building. And again, I don't want to speak for the board before they put together what they want to do. I can't speak to that until they make that decision.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm following just where Mr. Karantonis, and I appreciate you're in a difficult spot. The study options, do those options, keeping in mind the school board has not acted, do those options set forth dollar amounts, less than 20 million, 20 million, just for a ballpark? And that's a question just about, because I don't look as often as perhaps I should at APS meetings, or I do use board docs, but not as much as perhaps I should. So just a question of, are those options set forth in those documents to your awareness? The dollar amounts.
There are dollar amounts differences, but it's really a question of how much they do to the building. All three options that have been provided will house the program. It's just a question of how much they do to the facility and how many modifications get made to the building.
Okay, thank you. I do have if we're done with the cost.
Well, not quite. So if we could continue with the sort of cost thing and then return for another round on these macro issues. So at some point before, I know that there have been determinations that the useful life of the existing Henry building where the MPSA is, it's nearing the end of its useful life. And I believe as part of that, there were some estimates made as to, what kind of investments would be needed to, either extend that useful life or whatever. Can you give me a sense of where APS currently assesses that building and the trajectory of what it would cost if there was a desire to keep it operational?
Yeah, I don't think we have a full estimate at this point in time. We are doing a full assessment of all of our facilities that will be available for the next CIP for the board to establish priorities on buildings. I can state that during COVID, when we evaluated mechanical systems, it was one that needed a significant amount of work. I would say based on the square footage and the dollar amounts that we have spent on buildings to refurbish them, I can safely say that the refurbishment of that building probably would be at the same number or exceed the numbers of the studies to relocate the program.
Yeah, that was the point that I was driving at, so thank you for getting there quickly, that you're looking at a situation where, at least from APS's perspective, there is no fiscal advantage to keeping the program in its current place versus following through with the adopted policy to relocate.
And also, I think the other thing, that facility is one of our smallest elementary schools and way under the current standard size that we are creating our new elementaries.
And with that, and then Mr. DeFranti, I'll promise for phase two, since the later plan adopted policy also includes eliminating the relocatables, bringing the capacity of the Montessori program to be capped at somewhere around 488, I believe. What's the capacity of students that could be accommodated in the existing Career Center building?
I think that's part of the options for the board to look at. It's
Okay.
at the current, it could be the current 488, or it could be expanded up to, I think it's 750, but again, I'm speaking off the top of my head, but that's closer to the range of the elementary sizes that we currently have.
But the base point, you could expand the program in the existing Career Center building.
The legacy, yes, correct.
Beyond what you have as adopted policy as the going forward capacity of the school.
That is correct.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti for next question.
Sure. Thank you. That line of questions really helped me on that subject. This is a different type of question, but also I'm mindful of our role on the county board and both a responsibility we have, but also that I'm not here to, the subject of future enrollment is the last 10 years. There's been speculation about that and all that. But the takeaway that I've had is that there is a capacity problem over the next 5 to 7 years with respect to, or 10 years with respect to high school seats. There may be lower enrollment needs. 5 years ago, we were building schools, racing to catch up. Some places we're still racing to catch up. But do I have that right? Because I'm sort of relying on individual conversations with school board members from, say, 5, 6, 8 months ago. And you would have a more up-to-date sense of whether there's a high school capacity problem that we are facing, and thus, the timeline indicates an urgency. And I feel some of that urgency, but I want to check factually to see if that urgency is borne out by a need for additional high school seats.
Yeah, I think again, planning and evaluation is currently working on what used to be called the AFSAP, which will be coming out this summer. So we'll have a better knowledge of where that is. But, with COVID and the changes and populations, it's been very difficult to actually get a handle on where student populations are going. Are we going to go back into a growth mode? I can't answer that at this point. I don't think anybody truly can. But again, we're looking at new data and information, and planning and evaluation will be forthcoming with that information over the next couple of months. So I don't want to speak out of school,
Sure.
without having that background, because again, every 2 years we have seen a change and an adjustment in where our seat needs are, whether elementary or secondary. But I believe there is still secondary seat issues. And I think with regard to the Career Center, it is our only secondary school that has not been improved. And it's been in need for a decade.
Thank you very much. Both parts of that are helpful. My impression is that our high schools currently are relatively full in most cases, but we're talking 4 years down the road, and everything does seem to shift with each AFSAP. But that helps. The equity point, in addition, is helpful.
Thank you. I will say that we absolutely will be in growth mode again. We just don't know when. That's how it is. Our chair is back. I think Mr. DeFranti's question. I can't remember actually which bucket we're on, so I'll get it back.
Crystal looks like she's ready, so we're still.
I was going to say I have a question on the bucket of county school improvements, joint surrounding site issues, which I think was a bucket, right?
Yeah, well, that is a bucket coming later.
We're still on macro.
Yeah, if we
issues.
can, just to have some general flow.
Just to round up this conversation, there is no other potential use identified or competing use identified for the legacy building other than receiving the Montessori program.
There's nothing that's been actioned by the school board to say anything other than that. As we discussed earlier, have there been other conversations? Of course, there have. People have hypothetical thoughts all the time with regard to how our facilities get used. And quite frankly, every fall, our buildings are adjusted or modified or changed depending on the needs, because whatever students show up, we have to address and house.
So the Montessori program, that's the complete program, will grow to the new elementary standard that I take, for example, Alice West Fleet as a new elementary standard, and this is 750 students, and that will be the one and only use in the legacy building once the MPSA moves into that.
Yeah, the library will remain there. The county library will remain there till they choose to relocate. And as far as educational facilities, based on the board action and schematic design, the Montessori is the only other program identified in that building.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready to move on to another bucket. So are there any conversations, questions about sort of open space, the open space program, including the turf program? Anything else?
I think I have a question for that bucket,
Yes.
which is about impervious surface.
Yes,
Right,
please.
Okay. One of the things I'm having a hard time understanding is this reduction in pervious space. The reason I'm having a hard time understanding it is that I don't understand where the permeable space is now. The entire site is blacktop. So I would have thought that even adding more footprint of ground, creating some of it, as you described, the partially permeable turf, other elements, would have created some new permeable space relative to current. So can you help me? This may be just a question about the current condition.
Yeah, I think the current condition, again, and some of it is not as permeable as people think. The largest grass area is the corner of 7th Street and Highland. And it was where relocatables had recently been.
I see.
We did actually reseed that, tried to clean it up for the Career Center to use as PE space. They used it very irregularly because it was just not great grass. And there were issues with the surface. So they'd pretty much been working, around that. They typically have not been using the outside space per se. Montessori typically uses the space that we're repurposing for the new playground spaces that we're putting in, and it will have a reduced area of grass than what they have now. But currently, the infield area, they very rarely use for playground because it doesn't have a drainage system under it, and it's typically mud. So they have a difficult time using that.
So help me understand the conversion or replacement of the playground. Is the new playground will have less pervious space because does it overall have a smaller footprint in order to accommodate some of the other construction than the current playground, or it's just envisioned that it'll have more benches and
Well,
cement and that kind of
it's
thing?
basically, there's going to be accessible paths that we
Okay.
don't have in our current playground because
Okay.
that's all impermeable now. So the new playground is not going to have less permeable space
Yeah.
because of that, because we can't just use the chip mulch to get
it.
accessibility.
Okay.
So that's part of it. We're paving over a section of the current grass for the half-court basketball. The area along Highland for the other primary play area, we are taking the asphalt out, but we're putting turf in, so we can't count that as permeable. But all of this is being worked. We have to get our stormwater approvals as part of that, so everything is being addressed and handled for this step of the development of this site. So we are taking care of all of the stormwater to the point that we are developing the site.
That's really helpful. I think it gives me a sense to knowing the current conditions, and those relocatables that have been on the grass have been there up until more or less now, right? I'm trying to think if I've seen them move.
Well, there's relocatables currently in the parking lot. They are for the growth of the Arlington Tech and Career Center programs. That's what's in there. There are no relocatables currently for the Montessori. They are all within their building.
Okay.
But with this project, all of the relocatables will be removed from the site. And again, what is currently the asphalt parking area will become the synthetic turf field, which will have some capacity to store stormwater in the gravel under the turf, but it will not be considered by county standards as being permeable.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go this way, and if we could bring back that slide, can you give me a sense of some of the decision-making around making the non-regulation field synthetic turf? Seems to me that the most utility, the utility of synthetic comes from being able to maximize its play, which typically comes from the facilities being suitable for the broadest number of uses, which would be regulation size play. Given that this is not that, why the decision to make it synthetic?
The reason to make it synthetic is we do believe there's going to be youth programs. DPR has already noted they would put youth programs on here. We're also looking at the possibility of putting a square on it for T-ball to be used on that field by community uses, not school uses. But we envision that field to be used for physical education classes for the Career Center during the time frame that this will be, in use. And then it will be available like all of our playgrounds and turf areas for the community use. The problem with doing a natural turf field is they need to rest, and I will probably bet money that this field will never rest.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I'm going to continue getting down into the weeds with all these turf fields and everything. What would it take to make the artificial field qualify as permeable? I mean, I'm sure there are ways of doing that to get it to catch more water. Is that the issue, and store it or retain it? What's needed?
It's the standard that the county uses to count it as stormwater. They do not count turf fields as permeable, period.
But
I
it
mean,
does.
they are permeable to
Okay.
some degree.
Yeah.
But they aren't as permeable as turf grass, so it's not considered permeable. So when
And
we
is there a
do
way
the
to make them that permeable? No?
The
No?
point is
No?
we don't use them as part of our calculation. Even though we can percolate water in and it's not counted as part of we have to take care of all of the stormwater without using that as a permeable surface. So even if it is permeable, it's not counted as permeable when we do the stormwater calculation.
All right, so you're even doing more with the water. And I do know that with some of our fields, some of the dirt is so, it's actually, my staff even said it's like cement. I mean, the grass is not necessarily, or dirt is not necessarily permeable. Okay, and I can see the reason to have it. I think you're right. I don't think that field will rest. So, thank you.
Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chambers, so just for me to clarify, in the same slide here, close to number 5, there is this little play triangle on the right corner. Is that synthetic too? Right in front of the last segment of the new ACC on 7th.
No, the green rectangle with the number 4
Yes.
on it? No, that is natural turf.
The number 4, yes, but next to number 5, there is another one.
Number 5, that is actually grass and trees. It's not a play field.
That's not synthetic.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Back to permeability. So I understand that the concrete, the roadways that go now through the campus, the main campus, that these have to carry the load of buses, etc. I understand it's not very easy to make them, to enhance their perviousness. But what about the strip that is between the number 3 field and the main ACC building and the little bosque, the tree-lined area? Because we've heard that, it's not the best thing to cross this, and maybe we could put a different pavement there?
Yeah, again, we are taking all of the paved area or the concrete area of the walkway bus area is all going into bioswales. So it's not going directly into storm, it's going into bioswales to infiltrate as much as we can. The driveway between the field number 3 and the back, that is all draining into the tree bosque. The tree bosque is permeable, and we're intending for that to take all of that water that direction as well. So we're not putting in catch basins and stormwater structures to take this water. We're intending to take it, filter as much of it as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. DeFerranti.
I guess for me, your questions regarding the plan and the presumption that the school board is on open space is where my hope is, and my focus is on the remaining MPSA site. I do have just a couple of quick questions since we're on this slide. The white near number 5, the 2 buildings there, if I remember right, there's sort of dumpster trash that's above the existing ACC site. Would that, near number 5, not the green sort of octagon, but the other space that's below the 4 trees, is that space that that could be reconfigured? Does that serve the current existing ACC building? Is that right?
Yeah, essentially, we're keeping that space as it currently is because that space would be developed with a move of the MPSA building into that building. That would end up becoming a play area. We would intend to reuse some of the play structures that we have to create that into a play area, as well as between 9th Street and the back of that building would also be a play area.
Is that the dotted line, essentially?
Well, the dotted line, actually, we're counting as impervious area because one of the options could be to build a gym. Or it could become a hard surface outdoor basketball space. So when we did the calculations for this, we are counting that as impermeable, even though at this point it's going to be grass.
Got it, thank you. I don't have open space, like I said, Mr. Chair, your questions really helped with the presumption. I think I'm trying to figure out where the lead and the sustainability stuff.
We'll get there with that last bucket, with the site plan, all the good stuff.
Can I ask one more about?
Sure, absolutely.
Just for a comparator, I think living in Douglas Park, I think a lot of us, TJ or the Alice West Fleet is a pretty good frame of reference, and I'm trying to kind of map what I know about those conditions to what's proposed here, particularly for kind of the first phase playground conditions for MPSA. First, just to confirm, the play spaces that are in front of Fleet right now, those are turf, right? Where the playground is?
Sorry.
Or are they grass?
The things over the playground or over the garage are definitely turf.
Right,
But
okay.
some of it is turf and some of it is grass.
Okay. And how tall are the fences surrounding? They're the black chain link fences?
Yeah,
How tall are they?
there's been a lot of conversation. Generally, we do a 4-foot fence, but we typically have a sidewalk, planting strip, shrubbery, whatever, trees, and then the fence. This particular fence is right on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
When MPSA moved into this building, it had a 4-foot fence when it was Henry. They immediately had issues with balls going over the fence out into the street. They were very concerned, parents were concerned, with people not involved with the school walking the sidewalk right adjacent there while the children are out playing, if there could be an issue or a concern. That's why it was changed. And we were just maintaining that as part of this. We did ask the principal if we could go to a 4-foot. She said because of parental concerns and safety and security of the kids, she would prefer to keep it 6 feet. So
Okay.
we've left it at 6 feet at this point in time.
At risk of pushing back too much, I believe, though, especially when you think about I guess it's maybe the western boundary of that play space at Fleet, I'm pretty sure that fence is right up against the sidewalk with the street on the other side. I don't think there's an extensive buffer there.
Okay.
That's correct. Okay. I don't know that this is something this board needs to resolve, but I will say, I think given that has become such a sticking point for members of our community, I would love to see if there's maybe a little more conversation that could be had, knowing that there's a nearby school that, not for nothing, has a Montessori 3 and 4 pre-K, right? And seems to be managing pretty well with that 4-foot fence just next door. Far be it for me to tell an educator or administrator what's safest for their program, but given how important it is to the community, I think it would be worth seeing if we couldn't explore a little further, knowing that there's a precedential site that has so much in common with this one before that final condition is executed.
And continuing at this point, I'd like to associate myself with you, Ms. Crystal, but perhaps be a little stronger. It's kind of stupid. I hate to say that. If the concerns are safety, a malactor will not be deterred by a 6-foot fence. If the issue is balls going over a fence, clearly that's an issue for 4-foot fences. And so what we have here is a situation where we've got no tangible benefit, but a clear demonstrated community response that it becomes a way to distance this facility from the community with which it's supposed to embrace, not only because it's a school, but because it's utilizing public S3A zoning, which does invite that level of engagement with the community. So this is an issue where I would just strongly advise APS, 4-foot fence, and you'll make people significantly happy while doing nothing to diminish the impact on the school program or safety. And it's an issue of keeping balls in play and other things. Other folks have figured that out in a way that's far more effective than just simply an arbitrary 24 inches of a fence. But I'll leave it at that and hope that compels people to maybe rethink what has been a rigid position on keeping the size intact. Mr. Karantonis.
Just to add to your comment and to Ms. Crystal's comment, indeed, this is really a very big deterrent there, and that doesn't invite. It doesn't make the school look better, and it destroys also the public realm of the building. You still have also the ability to add some landscaping there that would establish a safe buffer zone there. I think that you can do that, and this really has been offensive to many, and I think it's really fixable.
So noted.
Mr. DeFranti.
I was going to take us to the next bucket, if that's...
Let's do it.
Okay.
And this takes us to, I believe, what are we, parking, circulation, transit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for as long as I can remember, the discussion of the Career Center parking has been a big piece of this. And so, I think this question is for Mr. Gibson or Ms. Sontag, I'm not sure which. It's concerning the analysis that was referred to by the public and that is in the staff report, page 29, and kind of, there's different assessments. when I was a teacher, I brought my whole classroom home every night. And so I empathize with the perspective that parking is important, but I also wanted to sort of get a sense of why the 576 and the finding that leads to 488. It's in the staff report, but I also, I guess, would ask if you could just sort of describe some of the assumptions that led to the recommendation that the smaller number will still be sufficient to service the site.
So the larger number is the zoning ordinance calculation. It isn't necessarily based on programs or current data that APS is seeing. It also includes additional parking for the gyms and auditorium spaces. And in almost all of our recent past school projects, we've had a zoning required number, and then we've used experiential data to right-size the parking. And so in this project, APS did a number of, did a parking model based on observed parking demands of this school and other schools to come to a parking demand for the teachers, visitors, and staff that is roughly the 345 spaces that their MMTA recommended, which is actually the same size as the garage. And then the model also projected parking demand for students. And so the parking demand for the student drivers was estimated around 70 spaces. But APS has made a programmatic decision that the parking will support the teachers and students will be parked utilizing existing surface spaces. We, as a county, have tried to right-size our parking across programs so that we don't overbuild our parking supply, and such that we do utilize some of the surface parking as a resource as opposed to taking up additional green space or other things. And in this case, what we are seeing is we think that this number of 435 is the right-sized amount. There is existing utilization by students and staff of the surrounding area. So the new garage will see some of the utilization on streets migrate from the street to the new garage, and then there'll be some additional student uses. And so if you have a detailed question.
Yeah, so just trying to follow up a little bit. There's mention of, there's the full block around, and there's the question of whether parking would be used there. But I guess I'd start with the question of the space where Prio Branglia, where the festival usually is. Demand management and whether there would be meters there, it would be something that we would figure out over time, doing an assessment of how many spaces are available. Or it's the kind of, it's not an alley, but it's behind where the new parking structure would be on the sort of left side as we're looking. I think it's 9th Street. So we would still determine, you know, those spaces across the street near the ECDC lot, as well as the spaces around the entire block. Currently, there's parking allowed. There would be some determinations made to best manage the demand for parking. Is that how the approach would be with respect to those two respective spaces or areas?
That space, as well as all of the I believe that all of the parking around the site will get reevaluated, and APS will provide input on utilization, and we'll take our experience with the community to regulate the parking to best support the APS uses and the community uses in a balanced approach.
Great. And then last question on this is basically is about the assumptions. There's a 12% referenced and a 75% referenced in the staff report, and I've been asking you these questions. It may be for APS in addition, but I certainly could see that because of the location of the site, there could be students could public transportation could be heavily used. We don't have data yet to know what the right, quote, conservative or more liberal estimate of how much students, and even to some extent, it would seem to me that teachers, I used to bring home paper. That was 20 years ago. So some teachers may be able to more easily commute using the bus. And the question is sort of about those assumptions. Do you have a sense of what goes into those assumptions and any thoughts regarding, or is it just what is laid out in the staff report that it could be 12%, it could be higher, and it could be low or high with respect to teachers in addition to students?
So what we presented in the staff report was the conservative estimate for parking demand, and conservative in this case meaning the higher parking demand. And that's based on the observed mode splits today. So the existing transit utilization, bike and walking uses. So if the TDM or the driving habits of users go down, which is generally a trend that we see in Arlington. People make great choices and have great services to choose from. So we've put forward the conservative approach mainly because of what we've heard from the community, which is a fear of underparking this site. So that's why we've recommended the garage size is appropriate, but we also think that there's probably a good chance that APS will, over the life of the site, evaluate who can utilize the garage and how the garage is utilized, and that may allow additional student use. And I do also want to point out that student parking is not a universal, let's say, right across APS facilities. And so maybe APS can talk about how they provide parking for students, which is the group of users that is going to rely on the on-street spaces.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I didn't mean to ask quite so many, but I do think it's probably appropriate to see if there's anything. I was asking you the questions. I don't know if there's anything APS wanted to add on this, because you may have done the work.
No, I think it's generally our policy at this point in time that we do not provide student parking as a right. Some of our schools do have some student parking, but most of it is very limited where it is provided at our secondary schools. The Heights has none.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you very much for enunciating the conservative assumptions in response to community. I don't know that will alleviate all concerns, but I kind of feel like in addition to putting it in writing, saying it out loud in this context is helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If I can continue where you left off, Mr. Chambers, and I want to apologize because I couldn't think of a better word before. I hope you didn't get the impression that I was calling you stupid. So, okay, good. That was not my intent. So the question here is about parking and APS policy. You mentioned the Heights, which is good analog in that it's a choice school, but not perfect, because as I understand it, folks go to the Heights for the entirety of their school day, so they can be effectively dropped in, transited in, they arrive, and then some point later they leave. Whereas at the Career Center, there might be some variability there with people making some midday returns to their home school. So how does that factor into whether or not parking should be looked at differently at this site?
Yeah, again, with our study, we did look at all of that. All of that was included in the study that was done by our consultant with regard to that. The majority of the students, I think, do take the transportation, the yellow buses, between their schools and the Career Center for the CTE programs. So it's not a significant number of drivers. Interns are probably the exception, that are going to the Career Center and may go to an internship afterwards. They would not want to necessarily take the bus.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I lost the battle about underground parking at the site a long time ago. I'm really sorry about that, because I think that this is the minimum that we could ask. I mean, we do that with all commercial buildings, and I still don't know how much more it would have cost to do that. I understand it's a lot more expensive, right? So it was at the Fleet School, and it was delivered at the end. But nevertheless, to assuage a little bit the impression that there is we're running out of options when we have parking pressure on the site. There is parking available in public parking spaces relatively close by. I literally measured the walk from the Penrose Square underground parking to the entrance of the new ACC, and it's about around 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds at my pace. So and in the past, I know that APS have, flexibly contracted some satellite space. Would this still be a possibility here if against the ropes?
Yeah, our experience with regard to leasing space, for instance, at the Heights, we still actually have spaces leased for staff that do actually walk basically a block. So we do have that option. I would say it's not universally loved by our staff because of the issues of bringing things to school and dropping things off, picking things up. It's not a popular option.
Well, in any case, for me, parking is an issue. I don't like personally the parking structure, but the most important thing is how do we envision incentivizing students first and foremost? I know that for educators it's a little bit more difficult to use public transportation. That's art buses. And one thing that strikes me here is that we seem to be locating a bus stop. I mean, there is the Columbia Pike bus stops, and this is a longer discussion about how pedestrian-friendly is the access to the Career Center, but there is also a bus stop in front of the Career Center. Why wouldn't we provide a design solution for art buses to actually drive into the campus when they, board and alight? I think this is we begin to learn that students begin to use the art bus system more frequently. And if I have to board like 70 people, even if it was only 70 people, we would need to schedule 2 services at the times that have to be scheduled. And it would be great to actually drive into the campus and board and alight students safely and out of the traffic of Walter Reed. Is that in the thinking at all? And we do it for the yellow buses, but why not for the green buses?
I think that the iRide cards, again, we noted that there's 80 cards with those students that we know of for this school year, and I can say that Facilities and Operations is handling the distribution of these cards. There is an uptick, and I think they're also looking at other options that Metro may be part of it down the road, et cetera. I think students may find it to be a better option than the yellow school bus or driving or riding their bike because it is a county-wide system. So, and as far as the future of a bus going on to the site, we're already having buses go on to the site. If we would have an ART or a Metro bus route in the future, it can be handled. So that is a possibility, but again, we would probably want the critical mass of passengers to be getting off at the school.
My question is about actually incentivizing by actually providing the design for that. That means that inviting the art bus to stop together with the yellow buses and offer both solutions to students and incentivize them to use the art system.
Yeah, that's something to work with the county on the art bus system, and we don't control the art bus system, so we haven't had that request, but the structure, the physical structure would be able to accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we're now ready to move to site plan improvements, which is, sidewalks, utilities, buildings, structures, as well as the sustainability program. So, Ms. Crystal, your light is on first.
Yes, very quick question, which was, I really appreciate, Mr. Gibson, you're highlighting the Walter Reed Complete Streets project. I think that's going to be really meaningful in terms of creating the type of place that affords the types of transportation we were just talking about as alternatives to cars. You mentioned it was in 90% design. I could have sworn construction was underway. Can you tell us just a little bit about the status of that? There is construction on Walter Reed Drive right now.
It's not that.
It's a different project.
We have two things going on,
Okay.
and we've sequenced them so that we don't rip up brand new things. So
Okay.
we are putting in a new 12-inch water main in South Walter Reed Drive, that is replacing almost 100-year-old water main that is there, and we wanted to get that in before
I
the
see.
South Walter Reed Drive Complete Streets project rebuilt the roadway and completed its project.
Very helpful. What is the timeline for shovels to be in the dirt and to the extent you know it, completion of that Walter Reed's Complete Streets project?
So I don't have a completion date for you, but I do know that what we're doing is we're working with APS to coordinate the work in Walter Reed such that the two projects don't sort of start to fight each other and
Right.
create more impact for motorists and bicyclists and pedestrians in that area. And so we're continuing to discuss a joint project with APS, and I think that will come back to you at a future board meeting with more information.
Okay, really helpful. So there will be some overlap between construction of the new ACC and the Walter Reed Complete Streets project?
Likely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. This time we'll start with Mr. Carantonis and work our way back around this way.
Thank you. So this is a question first for our staff, and it's on the environmental specs for the building. So LEED Silver is assured, and the report says that the applicant wants to get to LEED Gold. Have we identified what kinds of activities or what kind of changes this would take? So why is it a vague, I mean, in my opinion, and not a firm commitment? Why couldn't we say, yes, LEED Gold today, like we had the previous site plan was a LEED Gold?
I'm going to let APS address the specifics of why they can't meet LEED Gold.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the one thing that many may not realize is that the standards have changed. The current LEED version has changed a lot of the requirements, and it was not, found it very easy, so to speak, to step up to gold with the new requirements and changes of what is a prerequisite in LEED have been replaced by more difficult requirements and/or standards. So we are looking and working on the scorecard at this point in time, and it's going to be very difficult for any building in the future to get LEED Gold as easily as it was in the past, because, like I said, a lot of the things that we used as points are now prerequisites that you have to do anyway. So the whole schedule has modified. So that's part of the reason. And you know, we are looking at it, and we are working, because we would prefer to be gold rather than silver. But it's a question of cost. I think when APS started doing net zero buildings, our whole ultimate goal is to not do it at a premium. We're trying to do it for the cost of the project and as the right thing to do as part of the project within the cost boundaries that we have to work within. Not an additive thing. So we're trying not to add things to the project because, quite frankly, we're working at a very tight budget. If you recall, 2022 had a 22% escalation in construction costs, but yet we're still on budget as to where we were with schematic design for the hard costs of the project. So we have been doing value engineering. We've been working through things as we move forward to make sure the project stays on budget in spite of the economic times.
I mean, Mr. Chambers, if I compare, so would, for example, Alice West Fleet it wouldn't be LEED Gold today. I mean, this is a school that was delivered just in 2021 or 19. So this is a school that has, is first of all LEED Gold to start with, granted maybe according to the old standard, is a school that has a photovoltaic roof. It has an underground parking, by the way, which is an expensive item. It has a geothermal, wells to support their HVAC. It's fully electrified. So there are a lot of things that were delivered with an excellent building. I mean, you received awards for these buildings, and not only Alice Fleet, Cardinal, it's even more recent, right? And Discovery, I'm not going even so far back. So we could do that there. And I might add to that, Alice Fleet is, what, about 40% of the square footage of the proposed project right now. It's about 50% of the student count. And it cost per square foot, what, 560, something like that?
Yeah,
More?
Don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay, so this is a $700, more or less, per square foot construction cost project. This is an expensive project. So what would it take to really get the improvements that are associated with LEED Gold? There is not a single green roof on the building. There is, I mean, the issue of photovoltaic is kind of future delivery that is not going to be right now. So what would it take? How much more expensive would it be?
Again, I would have to look at the list as to where we are. I think the one thing that I noted at the beginning in our presentation is this is not a typical building. Our EUI cannot be as low as the other buildings, and those issues. It's a very complicated building with regard to the mechanical systems. We are, everybody, some of the comments have made that we're not being equitable. We are doing this building the same way we do all of our buildings as far as mechanical systems, et cetera. The only thing at this point in time that we do not have is a geothermal well field, because we can't fit that into the site and maintain the programs that we currently have. So we will look at it. We would love to be LEED Gold, and we'll work to do that. Again, you have to be awarded whatever level LEED will provide to you. You work on the scorecard, and they will either agree that you have achieved it or you haven't. There are things that we're doing on this building that we didn't do on other buildings because we have to get these points. But as I said, it's more difficult in the current LEED standard, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is the first project we are doing under the new LEED rating system.
I appreciate all that, but I also remind you that I also think about, one thing that I don't remember who was from APS saying that when they were presenting a Discovery Elementary, they were saying a typical elementary school has a power bill of $120,000 a year. Discovery has a power bill of $15,000 a year. So there is also a positive side, and we need to be money-wise accountable for the operation of the buildings as well as for the construction costs. So somehow I feel not sufficiently informed about these trade-offs. I understand that these are not easy decisions, but we need somehow numbers to understand them better. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. And I do remember my time on the school board where there's also a set budget, and you bonded, and you got to fit in that. So I appreciate that. And I am assuming from what you said, which I thought even early on, that if you can deconstruct that building and do the geothermal wells, that you actually might then get to LEED Gold if you can make it geothermal in the future. Does it work to get retro labeled, or does that work?
No, it doesn't.
No, okay. And then another question, which I think boils down to cost too, but I'm not clear. Someone brought up the question, why not underground utilities? And it sounds like we're doing a lot of work along Walter Reed. I mean, have we thought about undergrounding utilities? I assume that's too expensive. Maybe you work it out with the county.
Yeah, I think the utilities are still above ground on 7th Street and Highland.
Right.
We are actually putting a wider grass strip on Highland so that they can be undergrounded in the future. It's a significant dollar amount, and also it's a legal issue. With regard to the transformers, would have to go onto private property. We would have to be crossing the street. There's a lot of complexities, and it would delay the project as well as add significant dollars to that. I think we did a study at one point in time, and it was about $6 million additional to the project, plus multiple. That doesn't include the legal fees and the legal issues of moving transformers.
Thank you. I think everybody, I mean, and I tend to think too, we just dig a trench and take the wires and put it in and cover it up and you're done. And of course, it's not that simple. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Garvey, for the, Vice Chair Garvey, for the points on underground utilities. Mr. Siegert's made the point, $6 million is significant investment. I hope we can get there in the next phase that was talked about. I want to just see if I can get, if it's possible to understand a little bit a couple of the sustainability-related pieces. In the geothermal analysis that was done, there wasn't a cost that would enable all the buildings to continue. Was there a cost estimate with that geothermal analysis? And it might be that it wasn't possible because at that stage, you might not have been trying to operate all the buildings.
Well, essentially, really what it comes down to is we have no place. We figured out how many wells would be needed for the building, and basically it's a significant amount, again, because of the energy requirements of this particular building and the ventilation requirements for auto body, animal sciences, et cetera, have huge ventilation requirements. And it would take a lot of energy to do that. So we would need a lot of wells. And essentially, it does make sense where the field is to drill wells there, but we needed more than that. And currently, where the field is going is currently relocatables that houses the programs, and we would have to relocate the program spaces, which we had no place to relocate them. So it really comes down to site logistics.
Yeah.
In addition, the cost wasn't really necessarily the issue. And then we also looked at multiple different systems within the building that we could utilize instead of geothermal. And we settled on what we settled on because it could be converted in the future, and it's just using gas for auxiliary heat. And actually, the majority of other systems we looked at would still require auxiliary heat, and gas probably in this day and age would have made the most sense to be that auxiliary heat. So regardless, we probably would have had some gas anyway. But we felt that this gives us the opportunity to make that change in the future should the board decide to do that.
Great, that's very helpful. So geothermal ready essentially means that you would be able to have the wells in the place that has not yet been in the parts where the MPSA building is, or the parts that have not yet been determined, and then you would take that energy. What does geothermal ready mean in this case, if you're able to
Well,
describe?
basically, what we've done is we've created a loop that's a constant temperature loop, and that's how geothermal systems work. So we have the heat pumps that heat the actual spaces and systems, but we have a constant temperature loop around 50, 55 degrees, whatever, that takes that loop water to heat pumps change it to either air conditioning or heating, and put the water, the heat or cool back into that loop or take it away. So a lot of times that loop will also allow us to, an outside building with southern exposure in the middle of winter will be actually, the southern exposure will be actually heating the northern exposure rooms with that loop. So we're hoping that only during extreme times do you need supplemental heat.
Got it. And just one more on this. You mentioned the programs, the car program, the auto program is one example, and that's helpful. That level of detail is helpful there. I know there's some other programs. There's culinary, right? And I don't know whether there's still animal husbandry or?
Animal sciences, there's cosmetology and barbering. They also require a lot of ventilation.
Okay.
There's multiple systems in this building that, carpentry, wood shops, electricity, all of those basically industrial spaces require a lot more than a typical classroom does.
Sure, and then the last on sustainability is solar. You mentioned the rooftops are flat, but there are other things on the rooftops. I think HVAC sometimes goes on top. Do you have any sense of the cost or how you would assess whether you would add solar on the site at a next phase or later time?
Essentially, what we typically do is we've been doing all of our solar since discovery as PPAs, power purchasing agreements. And, we would look at this site with someone down the road. Again, we have to make sure that the exchange works and, Dominion's on board and all of those types of things. But we currently are just finishing TJ and Cardinal's getting its solar that direction right now. But on this campus, we have the flat spaces on the building that we're building. We also would also include in that the legacy ACC building is basically a flat roof, but we don't want to put anything up there until we do those renovations so that we aren't having to relocate or remove solar to do ventilation that may be required with the modification of that building. And we're not doing anything on the garage that will not allow a structure to be put on top of that with solar panels in the future if it's part of the PPA. We're just not building a structure to hold it at this point in time.
That's very helpful. It seems to me as though from afar, not being an engineer, some of the challenges on the county side and on the school side are staff capacity to do PPAs when everything is happening rapidly. I could be incorrect on that, but count me as someone who's, if the cost isn't in the solar, it's so much once the PPA is constructed, I'm super eager to see if we can help with that capacity. I know that you're a good team that works on solar. That's the only other thought on sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So I'm going to move us on to sidewalks with just a comment on the LEAD program. I appreciate the push-pull, and Mr. Chambers, you said something which can't be reiterated more often. The LEED standards of today, quite different than what someone may have earned before. So simply looking at the metal value classification doesn't tell you what you need to know. It never did, but especially now with the fundamental redesign and program approach. And then I'll just note that, globally, in this facility, I don't know whether it's scored as an industrial facility or not, or is it just regular commercial?
No, it's actually will be scored as a school.
Okay.
Typically, the way that is, and just quite frankly, I'm a LEED certified professional, and essentially, LEED made the modification and change because they said there's way too many people getting platinum and too many people getting gold, and the systems and the buildings are not exemplary like they used to be when it first started. So that's why they keep making it more difficult and make it. That you have to really work for these credits. And I think that's one of the things that they're trying to do.
But, I bring that up because, as you've described, this facility will function a lot more like an industrial facility than it will a traditional school. And in that sense, you look worldwide, clearly the majority of industrial facilities are in the silver range. Granted, those are already built ones, so under previous standards, and you see a significant drop off as you move above that because it is a lot more challenging. Now that said, with the aspirational goal of getting there, I'll just reiterate that this is something that I think is a priority for all of us, for you to really make that not just lip service, to actually really scrub under the hood to figure out what is possible, because one of the things that just is a reality, even though technically this is more difficult, when Discovery was built, we loved touting its net zero bona fides. We love talking about some of these distinct elements of some of our schools, and for a lot of reasons, that's not possible here. I get that, but if we can make sure that we put in the commensurate extra effort to make sure that we can tell those same stories as well, it would be most appreciated. Question really is about the sidewalks, though, and this is for our staff. So can you talk a little bit more about specifically what the interim conditions of the county improvements will look like in terms of materials as we plan for those?
And we're gonna, yeah, if you can share, thank you. And so what the county will do is we'll replace the existing concrete sidewalks with new concrete, widen them from 4 feet to 6 feet. In some locations, we'll use a flex pave to ensure that the root zones for adjacent trees are not disrupted. So it's, for us, it's a relatively straightforward, almost a maintenance type repair that we're doing. And that's why we're sort of, the county is taking this on because we feel that we can do this at a lower cost and a quicker execution than APS. So we're sort of partnering with them to deliver these improvements as an interim improvement.
Okay, so where we're going to be taking ownership of the improvements, the interim condition is going to look a lot like what most people associate with a permanent condition, concrete, except for where it's not feasible to do so.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeFerranti, and then Mr. Carantonis.
So this is, I'm glad you mentioned I want to make sure I'm tracking right, because a couple of residents mentioned this, had these questions. Did I hear you right? I think, Mr. Gibson, you said we're getting to 100%. The staff report describes 90%, but over the last few days, you finished, and so whatever that slide is, the top corner, we committed in these last few days to finish that, the blue, essentially. Do I have that right?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, great. When there is a community concern that is not in the staff report, but we're actually addressing it, I get excited. And so it seems to me that is progress, and both mindful that there are pieces that have been discussed that the school board's direction is to address future issues, but in this case, it's also, county is owning this piece that I think is a community concern. I just want to make sure I understood that, and I appreciate the work. I will take it, though not in writing, as a commitment that we made.
Question will be to Mr. Carantonis before Ms. Crystal be ready with the motion. Thank you.
So just it's a minor issue. I just wanted, this is for our staff. Lights on South Walter Reed are, Cobra lights, kind of highway lights. Do we at all plan when we do the complete street design to maybe change them to just, to more civic appearing type of light, street light?
So the lights on the east side of the street will remain the Cobra style lights, and then along the APS frontage, with the APS work, APS is going to put in the standard Carlisle style lighting, not only there, but also on the other locations that sidewalk improvements are being done by APS.
It's kind of odd to have two different lights across the street, right?
It's not uncommon in
It's
areas.
not uncommon, unfortunately, but I mean, okay, I put a pin on this. It's not relevant to this project.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Colleagues, I'm going to move that we approve a use permit for the redevelopment of the Arlington Career Center with an expanded design capacity of 1,619 students for an above-grade parking structure for partial demolition of the existing building, a synthetic turf field, play area improvements associated with the Montessori Public School building, which has a design capacity of 488 students, and streetscape improvements, all with necessary modifications to the zoning ordinance requirements for setback, height, and parking regulations, all subject to the conditions of the staff report. Further, that we enact an ordinance, which is outlined in the staff report, which would vacate a portion of 8th Street South, located between South Highland and South Walter Reed, within the subdivision known as Arlington Plateau. That is part of the property known as the Arlington Career Center, owned by the Arlington County School Board at 816 South Walter Reed Drive, with conditions. I further move that we authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to execute on our behalf the deed of vacation and to accept any deed of easement related to the vacation, subject to approval by form, as formed by our county attorney.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Ms. Crystal, would you like to speak to that motion?
I would, and I will maybe just give some concluding comments at this point too. I have been involved in this project for a very long time, beginning in those conversations in 2017 when the school board first approved the additional secondary seats at this site. Was involved with kicking off the working group back in January of 2018. This has never been an easy project. Many of the concerns have been longstanding, and there have been many efforts along the way to address them, and I respect that not all have been addressed to the satisfaction of some of those who spoke with us today. I think what was helpful in that process was the solution of phasing. I think that was important for two reasons. One, it allowed for all of the uses to stay on site without shortchanging open space in the final condition, and that was such a worry that we wouldn't be able to accommodate everything that needed to go there as a community and have the types of recreational facilities that our students in the broader community deserve. Phasing also meant that the community group could start to envision a purpose-built Arlington community, or excuse me, a purpose-built Arlington Career Center that would reflect not just the literal ed specs, but really reflect the dynamic and innovative pedagogy that was happening inside of this building. And I do think it's important to note, generally, with good reason, it is not the focus of this board to look at the interior of the building. This is what our BLPC advises our school board on. But I can tell you from having been part of that working group and those conversations that it was no foregone conclusion that that would be an acceptable program for the students who were there. So I think that phasing was an important innovation, but I do think the downside has been what is challenging here, which is fear, concern, lack of certainty that this project will deliver its final condition. I certainly am regretful that the phasing is such that the field will not be delivered until after the other two buildings are built. But I do think we have really sought to tease out some more certainty and more confidence that that is the direction that all are heading. And so aside from some specific concerns, I mean, there is, the remaining disagreement about the height of the fencing. There is understandable disappointment, articulated about lack of undergrounding utilities. The sort of lack of commitment really was the biggest impediment to a successful project. I think that it has been sufficiently answered here, or at least it has been for mine. And I want to just conclude on that point, which is to talk about the opportunity cost of continued conversations. And Mr. Black, I'm so glad you're here because I think your letter put it better than I could. When you talked about looking at the updated high schools throughout the county and contrasting them with a facility that endeavors to support educating students to deal with modern technologies and processes, but is hampered by an old infrastructure and a lack of space. And that is what has continued on this site. That is what has continued on this site when that working group that was supposed to advise on a project that would be built by 2022, that was the conditions that has stayed there through those 4 years, the conditions that are there now. I'm not unmindful that 4 years also represents the entirety of a student's secondary academic experience. And I do think it is important for us to move forward. To be clear, what's better than there now, what's better than what's there now is not an appropriate design standard. It's not our standard for commercial projects, especially not for public facilities. But I think, again, the cost of the pursuit of a delay in pursuit of a more perfect project are so high. And I think that the project that has been brought before us, though not perfect, is one that, when delivered in its full vision, which, again, we've really talked today about developing confidence that it will be, is going to be indeed a spectacular addition to an area that I think of as, again, my broader neighborhood is a Douglas Parker. And perhaps most importantly, a home befitting of the incredible education that's happening within it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was thinking through and preparing for consideration of this item, there are really two concerns stood out to me. One was the questions regarding the Montessori and the open space, which Ms. Webb articulated. And I hear that listing things is not the same as promising to do things. But I do associate myself, I think the chair, Mr. Dorsey articulated an expectation, which I think is important. And that expectation, I just want to, that's not a guarantee, but it is an expectation that we address the open space issues with the community and the Montessori school. And that's in school board policy. The other big issue that rose to the top, Ms. McIntyre described, and I am not a lead professional. There's the U.S. Green Building Council, which does a bunch of schools, which are a big deal, and getting a high rating is from that group for schools is key. I tried to ask some questions on geothermal and solar to tease that out. I'm not an engineer. I will be seeking to align myself with those who ask. We have a community energy plan, and I think it's reasonable that schools does not. I do think it's critical that we partner with APS advocates and APS to build on the success of not only Discovery, but also Alice Fleet. And so I didn't think that if we delayed for 1 month, we could get to a different place on the environmental issues. So that's what leads me to want to go forward. I will say that, Ms. Bartlett, I am eager for the news of the past week to get the community high school. I respect your years of service, teaching, and very mindful that the green space does need to be shared with the environment. I agree with the 4 feet if possible. I'm also never been a principal and respected my principal. So if we can't get to 4, maybe we can get to 5. It certainly doesn't seem as though, it feels like there ought to be either a compromise that's reachable there. And then I'd finish by just saying, I think, Ms. Crystal, and referencing your work, Mr. Black, over years, it's been a long time since I worked most closely with you, but we have to keep working to make design strong and meet the excellent standard that one of our other speakers said Arlington is known for, but we also can't quite let the perfect in planning be the enemy of the very, very good, and I would say what will be excellent. And you've articulated that, Mr. Blackwell. Happy to support this. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll move next to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is often said that the perfect is the enemy of the good. I understand that. I was a member of the working group as a civilian, right, on the other side of this, and therefore I want to start with thanking Mr. Black and everybody who worked on that to get it to a good place, regardless of the reservations not only I have. And there are serious reservations. And somebody mentioned here, it was promised the jewel of Columbia Pike, because it was understood that this is not only a school, it's the school. It's the public asset. It's a public building. And by the way, part of the deliverables, the equitable deliverables of the Career Center is educating students for this century. Literally walking in and say the school is the educational program by itself. And I'm sorry, but phenolic panels are not part of this vision. And I'm not going to comment on the design at all, neither on the urbanism of the school, and neither on the very important issue of how this works with with a vision for the Columbia Pike. But I got stuck many times in many issues. Parking was one. The other is the environmental standards of the building. I do think that at the very beginning and during many conversations, I was feeling that our partners in APS had a strong vision for this building, a vision of excellence, and a vision of excellence that extended and specifically wanted, was seeking the excellence of an environmental building at the LEED Gold standard or above. And I do believe that at this moment, the proposal is weak on that. I do think that we are capable of doing that. We are capable of doing again what we accomplished at the Fleet School, which is close to me, and I visit very often, and it is an excellent delivery. I mean, I believe these are your words, Mr. Chambers, that you said that it's not that it's more expensive. If we do it smartly, something like that, we can actually accomplish that. You said that. And I remember how the teachers in Fleet are still saying that they're saying that they do field trips inside the school to show how important climate change is and to build an entire educational program on that. We will be educating there the future generations of even only if I start to think what capacity there is in Arlington Tech, and how worthy it is to sign off on $180 million, the most expensive project that APS ever brought before Arlington's taxpayers. I cannot, in clean conscience, say that we would sign off now to this without having the assurance of LEED Gold, at the very least, without having the assurance on a net zero building. Because this is the highest standard that I think we should be applying to public buildings, and we should, hold ourselves accountable to that. We approved buildings that were not up to the standard. I plead guilty as charged on this. In some instances, not on all. I try always to get the best out of that. So I will be in the minority on this, and I'm not going to support that, but not because I don't support the Career Center. I just want to put a stake in the ground and say I try to convey the voice of those who are asking APS to bring more complete projects that answer the questions that how much will it cost? How much more difficult is it to really get the buildings that we all say we want to have? What are the real trade-offs? Why is it absolutely impossible to find a 21st century solution to our parking problem? We have to build a 70s structured parking there that also doesn't look great. So I think this is the point I want to make with my vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Mr. Chambers and Mr. Stricker, I think you've been around as long as I have, Mr. Stricker. It's great to have you here, and I'm reminded how and I may actually even address a few of your comments, Mr. Karantonis, how different schools are. Because you have to build this, but you got to keep the program running. I mean, you're literally building the plane while you're flying it. And I remember just a really tricky building with having the buildings like, a centimeter or half apart so that they could knock down a wall and keep it all going while the construction is going on, while the transition happens. It's really tricky, so that you have a whole lot more to deal with than most applicants that come before us. And then, of course, your goal is not to make money. You're trying to save the taxpayer money and provide a good educational background. So there are a whole lot of different challenges that sometimes I think we can forget a little bit. So I really appreciate that. I would like to say a couple of things on a few of the points. I think on the fence, I'm okay with the bigger fence. I think I'm just going to be different from and you're going to decide on your own. I'm not convinced that the fence is really that big an issue, and that's not on us to do anyway. On the parking and all of the issues with transportation, I'm sort of reminded how much that's on us to be providing good transportation. As you were saying, you don't control the ART fleet, and we are working much better together. And compliments to our staff, because I think a lot has really been done. It's always nice to hear that we're going to do Walter Reed Drive and coordinate so that we don't tear up the new stuff. That's really good. It's basic, but it's surprising how much that doesn't get done so much. So I think everybody's working together better than I remember, which is great. And Mr. Black, I see you back there. It's nice to see you again, too. This is my favorite program, the Career Center, actually, too. My daughter kind of saved her for a while in school because she just loved going and playing, having the animals there. I mean, it really makes a difference for a number of students, which is great. Ms. Crystal, I know that it seems to have gone on for a long time, but I think I looked at 2 plans for the Career Center when I was on the school board. It was really a long time ago. I may even be able to pull them out. So we're finally getting there, and it's been a long time. I'm delighted that we're here. The one thing that I think is actually more, again, on us is the issue of making sure that building gets deconstructed, and we work with our school board colleagues on that, and I'll talk with my colleagues, maybe even we want at some point when we're talking about anything even official between us and the school board on the CIP coming up, that we expect to see something in there. But that's on our level. That's not, I don't expect you to be giving direction to your school board. So I think that's it. This is just really an exciting program. It could be better. There's some things we could do better, but you've got a lot of challenges, and I look forward to continuing to work together and maybe get to that lead goal if we can do that. And anything we can do to help, let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will just say for my own piece, I will support the motion, and there are a couple things that inform that. You know, one, this project is always going to be difficult given the multiple competing priorities and visions for the site, and so consensus was always going to be difficult. Add to that, delivering any kind of program because of the complexities that Ms. Garvey mentioned in terms of needing to do this in phases while maintaining a level of current operations is somewhat unique in what you've been doing in the recent past in Arlington. And then that's been compounded by the reality that dollars don't stretch as far, whether it's inflation, whether it is higher cost of standards. These are all realities that we have to deal with this project. And so, you know, we can all sort of lament and perseverate about them. You actually have to deliver a project that is mindful of all of them. And in that sense, I think there is, for me, no fair evaluation other than I think that you've done about as well as you can. And that doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean that there's some things that I wouldn't like to see different. But when I think about how to maybe explore those, whether a delay of a month, I don't know how I can make any kind of a contribution to that effort that would in any way do anything differently than dishonor the time that people like Mr. Black and others in the community have spent providing constructive, deliberative feedback. A couple of other things that I'll mention in terms of some of the concerns that have been expressed from the community. Again, I know a fence seems like an insignificant issue, but I think we have to be smart here. If that's something that's been identified that can take a lot of these competing priorities and visions for this site and make people feel better about it, I would very much encourage APS to explore making that happen, especially given the lack of consistency with the way in which fence size has been treated throughout the district. It seems like not a great place to dig a line in the sand when we know that the community would embrace a change. And then there's generally been, I won't speak to every other concern that's been mentioned, but just to highlight a couple, appreciate that there have been many in the community who've called for us to find a way to condition the condition that we expect to be seen in the future with the adopted policy that's in place and having us put that in the use permit. We haven't really explored that here very much, but I would like to say, at least from my perspective, colleagues, I don't think a use permit can guarantee that unless we were to somehow condition the certificate of occupancy of the Career Center building on the elimination of the other building, which wouldn't work with the phasing. And so there's really no way that we could use this vehicle to accomplish that goal unless we significantly delayed the opening of the Career Center facility, which I don't believe anyone has asked for. So I have been racking my brain to figure out what is the governance model to give the community what I think they absolutely deserve, and that is to see a final condition that reflects adopted policy. And I appreciate that they are not willing to say, well, we'll trust that adopted policy will be pursued. I didn't come up with anything magical, but that's why I did want to spend a lot of time at this hearing surfacing for the record what the adopted policy of the school board is. But then, there's also a role we play in that. Adopted policy of the county is reflected in our zoning ordinance. This is an S3A site, which for the purposes of those who are not familiar with it, one of the express purposes of this zoning district is to retain active and passive recreation, operative word being retain. And then there's another part of the provision for S3A, which talks about its use standards, and that calls for any modifications of dimensional standards of which this use permit seeks to do with height modifications, that it be, at least as it relates to school development, balanced with opportunities for providing open space and recreational amenities within the school development project in a manner appropriate, blah, blah, blah. The point being, none of our absolute purposes for this district being available to schools for seeking this use permit can be realized if they keep the Montessori building operating as it is right now. So if they decide to do that, this board is going to, the county board, county government is going to have a real issue reconciling the application of this site with the zoning district that it is utilizing. And so hopefully for the community, you have both an appreciation that if what we've talked about today doesn't come to pass, or doesn't come to pass in a way that is materially consistent with the zoning district, you have a couple of avenues available to you, and that is to hold both your public schools and your county government accountable for why any deviations from previously adopted policy are being pursued. That doesn't give a guarantee, but nor would a use permit condition give a guarantee, because in addition to it not being practical, the condition a certificate of occupancy on a future condition being realized, use permits can always be amended as well. We see it all the time. And then beyond that, a couple of other things I want to mention in brief, the equity considerations that have been brought up by many in the community. And I do appreciate this. When you look at the array of investments that we make, it is always important to make sure our systems and structures are not biasing what they are delivering based on factors that don't need to be considered. And there are a couple of things that I think have improved our approach to this. One, recognizing that while we can't underground the entire site, not just because of cost, but because of practicality, undergrounding that portion that we're most concerned with ought to come with a future plan for how we're going to deal with it, hopefully, that has lots of open space and community amenities. And that's when we'll see that portion of the site is undergrounded. But the sidewalks, leaving that in some sort of a uneven, below county standard condition, even if for a short period of time, would have been unacceptable in my opinion. So I appreciate the work of staff to really get to a place where we could provide a whole block experience that Arlingtonians do expect from redevelopment, whether it comes in North Arlington, Pentagon City, or Columbia Pike. And then beyond that, again, the dollars, that's not the way I look at equity, again, for the reasons that we've talked about before. I'm more interested in what you're delivering. And when it comes to the environmental program and everything else, I do think you're doing the best that you can given the circumstances. Just want to make sure that you feel the encouragement that we have for you to see if you can go even further. And I see no other call for comments. We'll now move to a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
All right, so with vote of 4-1, with Mr. Karantonis being in the minority, the motion passes. Thank you all very much. Congratulations, APS. Everyone, we're going to need to take a little break so that board can just recollect ourselves and position for our last two items of the day. So we'll convene back here promptly at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Let's start. Okay, we're ready to resume. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call the next item?
Yes, item number 41 is SPLA 2307, site plan amendment to site plan 177 to modify condition 66 related to behavioral health services located at 1800 North Edison Street.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, do you have staff presentation?
I do. I'm going to turn it over to Courtney Badger and Jill Hunger.
Okay, good afternoon, board. Pulling up my screen here. I'm Courtney Badger with the Planning Division, here to give a staff presentation for the Virginia Hospital Center item. This item is a site plan amendment related to the timing of the delivery of a required outpatient behavioral health program that's conditioned in site plan condition number 66F. For some context, in November 2018, the County Board approved a site plan amendment for the outpatient pavilion and parking garage associated with the VHC hospital, and that's currently under construction today. Condition 66F of that approval required VHC to provide one new intensive outpatient behavioral health program within Arlington County. The program is required to be provided prior to the first certificate of occupancy for the outpatient pavilion. The proposal before you today is to amend that condition. The proposed new condition would instead require 2 new outpatient behavioral health programs, more than the one that was committed before. The 2 programs will consist of 1 adolescent program and 1 adult program. The adolescent program is anticipated to be located at the Pediatric Center on Columbia Pike, and the adult program is anticipated to be located at the VHC main campus. Additionally, in the condition, the programs will be required to be operational prior to the 6th floor certificate of occupancy, and this is anticipated to be the first quarter of 2025. We've also included several milestone checkpoints in this condition as well. All licensing materials that are required to be submitted to the state are required to be submitted prior to the 5th floor certificate of occupancy, which is anticipated December of this year or January 2024. And a copy of those materials is required to be provided to the county manager's office. VHC is also required to check in with the CSB and the VHC stakeholder group prior to submitting those materials to the state and no later than December 31st, 2023. Finally, a county board review in June 2024 is required to provide a check-in and a status update on where they are with the process. The graphic on the screen here shows the existing conditions, the changes with the proposed amendment before you, and the future conditions with the new facility at the 601 South Carlin Springs Road. I just want to highlight a few items. The proposed condition that's before you today will not affect the existing or approved beds. The 18 existing adult behavioral health beds and the 17 existing recovery and wellness beds will not be changed. The proposal will also not change what has been announced with regards to the new facility at 601 South Carlin Springs. And that facility will go through its own site plan review process and have its own set of conditions that we'll begin working on when we receive an application. The proposal also does not change any other conditions of the site plan at the VHC main campus. Staff recommends adopting the attached ordinance to approve the modifications to condition number 66F. And we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. Let's see, I don't believe we have any commissions speaking on this issue.
No, we do
And
not.
do we have any public speakers?
We do not have any public speakers.
Conversation is now with the board. Why don't we start with the motion? Mr. DeFerranti, if you are ready.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report to approve a site plan amendment to modify Condition 66 related to delivery of behavioral health services by Virginia Hospital Center, subject to all previously approved conditions and revised Condition 66 as approved in the site plan amendment ordinance.
Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Would you like to speak to that anymore, Mr. DeFerranti?
Very briefly, the changes to Condition 66 will add an additional program that would be required, and it also includes a timing aspect to the 5th and 6th floor, as Ms. Badger indicated, and I think that is important. It's also there has been some consultation, as I understand it, from staff with the stakeholder group, VHC stakeholder group, which I see as critical, and that's why I'm happy to move this specific motion forward.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Colleagues, I'll apologize to you all. This was originally intended to be on our consent agenda, but given that there's a lot of community conversation about this as a priority for us, wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to at least have this educational presentation for the public so that they would understand what services and facilities would be made available and impacted by this action. And of course, as you all know, upcoming this week, we do have some public ribbon cuttings for the outpatient pavilion at VHC. So those timelines that Ms. Badger presented are not aspirational, but are anticipated to be delivered. So with that, I am certainly thrilled to support this. Ms. Garvey.
I am too, and I just want to thank staff for actually making the presentation and hear what hasn't been changed, because I think this is a fraught area, and we really are finally making some progress, and this is good to see that we're going to have the ribbon cutting, and thank you for all the work, and we're just going to keep moving forward as fast as we can on these facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carantonis, and then Ms. Crystal with the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for arranging for that. I think slide number 5 tells the entire story. This is a very, very important thing. I really, the fact that we didn't get to have the outpatient program going, I mean, we needed that a little bit earlier. This has a cost. I mean, this has cost in, in a sense, human suffering as well. So I'm very, very heartened to see that we are getting to a place where we will have these programs and then some, which is really very laudable. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I also appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation with staff as well as their dedicated work with the applicant here, Virginia Hospital Center, and just really wanted to underscore, I think maybe the main thrust of this conversation is that there are going to be these services delivered prior to the opening of the Carlin Springs site. I think that's just really can't be said enough. I know that was a real concern. I think there's obviously a great deal of support among community members, particularly those whose lives have been touched by crises of behavioral health for themselves or their loved ones. There's a lot of enthusiasm about the idea of a much larger and sort of purpose-built program than the one that was originally even conceived of during those Virginia Hospital Center negotiations. But of course, some trepidation about not being clear when that site may deliver. So the fact that there is going to be these interim programs, I think, is so important, both because of our community needs, and I know that also gives time to VHC for staffing up. We know hiring is, of course, a huge challenge in this field right now, and so I'm so glad that these services will be provided in the interim, and I imagine will be stronger in their ultimate form for having had this time in between. So thank you to staff and to the applicant for working out that vision of the interim condition. And I am very pleased to support this motion.
Terrific. All right. Now I'm ready to move to a vote on Mr. DeFerranti's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? Guys have it 5-0. And thank you very much, Ms. Badger, Ms. Unger. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call our next item?
Item number 42, proposed new maximum annual salary cap for county board members and the board chair effective January 1st, 2024.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, I do believe there is a brief staff presentation on this item.
Yes, there is. I'm going to ask Tamara Galliani, who's joining us virtually, there she is, to walk us through a slide.
Yep. Hi. Thanks for letting me join virtually. Let me find the slide. Here we go. Can you guys see it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So once every 4 years, the board has the opportunity to reset their salary cap. So this is the year. We use the same methodology as 4 years ago. It's the area median income for an individual escalated at 3% annually through 2027. There is a $5,000 addition to the base for the chair to recognize additional duties and additional duties. So the proposal ends up being $119,833 for board member and $125,460 for the chair. This proposal has no fiscal impact since the board's only increasing the salary cap and not their actual salaries. The county manager recommends approval. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. First, before we get to any discussions among the board, Ms. Galliani, let's make sure we have on this issue. Ms. Jacobs, I know we don't have any advisory groups. What about members of the public?
We do not have any speakers.
No speakers on this issue. The discussion is now with the board. Seems like getting a motion on the table right away is in order. Ms. Garvey?
I would be happy to do that. I would move that we approve a new maximum annual salary cap of $119,833 per year for county board members and $125,460 per year for the board chair, effective January 1st, 2024.
And it's seconded by Mr. Karantonis, I believe. All right, Ms. Garvey, would you like to speak to it?
Sure, just briefly. I'm actually delighted that there's really nobody here. This really should be something we could almost put on consent. And I think I came on the board at a time when everybody was really concerned about raising board salaries. And recently, I think folks have started to realize that there ought to be at least some modicum of remuneration for the board work that can attract people that can afford to do these jobs. And I think being at the AMI for a single person is a close approximation. I actually think in the future we may look at it a little more, and perhaps that $5,000 difference per year for the chair. I don't know about you, Mr. Chair, but I think that's a lot more work, and that may be something that the board may want to look at in the future. But for the moment, this sets us up for the next 4 years, and we can continue to keep us kind of abreast of at least the AMI, which I think is reasonable, and pleased that it's going forward, and we don't seem to have a lot of controversy about it.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. DeFerranti.
Just one question, and I don't know the answer to this question truly. It's with respect to Loudoun and Prince William. We have a process, I know that I've looked at it, state code requires us to act right now before July 1st in the year where 2 board members are up. And I'm not sure if colleagues or staff might know if I know that Fairfax is considering increasing their cap level. I don't know about Loudoun and Prince William, and I just thought I'd ask that question to see if by chance, Ms. Galliani, you know, or colleagues.
Yeah. I can answer that. So Fairfax has already increased both their cap and actual salary. Loudoun also increased their cap, and it's similar to us where it will go into effect in January, the new salary and the cap. And then Prince William has not yet. That I don't know. We've been unable to figure out if they are, but they have not yet. So.
Got it. And don't know if you know the graph that has Loudoun's levels. Are those the adjusted levels that include the increase, or not yet with the increase? And if you don't know, that's okay.
So Loudoun on the right-hand side does show their the increase. Okay. I think. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm looking at it right now.
No, it does. It's the delta between the actual and the annual reflects what they currently did with their caps.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you both. That's very helpful. That's the only question I had.
Ms. Crystal.
So I am prepared to vote for this. It bears repeating that this is not a vote to raise county board salaries. Those conversations come as part of the budget discussions, which allow us to talk about everyone's salaries throughout county government at the same time, but rather to give future boards the flexibility to raise the salaries beyond the current cap. I wanted to maybe just sort of note, I guess, by way of parting wisdom, I'm really glad to see our salaries get closer to, sort of what is standard, right? We've talked a lot about the 100% AMI benchmark. And I think that's right, and as it should be. And that benchmark has been one that holds a lot of appeal for me. I think the word of wisdom that I might just note here is, I think, the importance of really being mindful of what benchmark we're using or what measure we're using. I'm cognizant, for example, that the cap now would allow for salaries in excess of 100% AMI for an individual. So that may be a conversation that the board wants to have. Is that still the right number or not? I admit feeling some discomfort knowing, even within our current cap, if we were to reach the top of it, you'd start to see board member salaries in Arlington that look relatively similar to the salaries of the chair of Loudoun and Prince William, which are jurisdictions that are twice our size. And so I think just having a real kind of standard metric that the board is using is a really good way to make sure this feels like science as much as art, and to make sure that the board is cognizant and doesn't reach a point where there in fact could be pushback about it. But like I said, very, very pleased to support it. With the role of inflation, I think that, and increasing AMI in our region, I think an increased running room will probably be necessary over the next 4 years.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey?
Yeah, and actually, Mr. Carantonis hasn't gone, but I appreciate the remarks. I appreciate the remarks, and I'll just say real quickly, talking with our colleagues in the region, I think we're setting a pretty good example. This seems to me your median income should sort of be the floor for pretty much all of the jurisdictions, and I know some of them are behind, some of them are ahead, but most I think do not actually get what I think really probably people ought to get in this day and age for public service in these jobs. I think you may not disagree. You may disagree, and that's maybe a topic that we can have, but I do find that I think it's a good standard to have, and one worthy of regional discussion, which I plan to continue doing.
Mr. Carantonis.
All right, Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After reiterating that this is not a salary increase, it's just enabling, future decisions on this within a reasonable range. So this is a question rather for Ms. Galliani. So the 100% AMI, that is kind of our leading measure here. How common is that? So is that comparable? Is that the basis for the other jurisdictions as well?
I actually don't know what the basis for the other jurisdictions. They don't tend to share that, and it's not in their public documentation on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll just say in my discussions with our colleagues, it's not what most are doing. Yeah, most of it's just because it's the way it's been since the 1700s.
Yeah.
Without extending this conversation longer than it needs to, I'll just remind everyone in 2019, when we pegged the cap to 100% of AMI, we were breaking ground. We were actually setting a policy framework, which was unique in the region for how this ought to be done. The reasons were varied in how other jurisdictions decided to or not to adjust salaries in the past, and that was also true of Arlington's history before. It was untethered, speaking to Ms. Crystal's point, to any particular data or analytical framework. And so in that sense, I think that it's useful to uphold what Arlington has done as being, I think, positive in the region. And then just to also speak to the performance, if you will, when this was pegged to 100% of AMI in 2019, it was then also given an escalator to arrive at the number which was the cap. In real world performance, that is an $89,851 number for members, and the actual change in AMI during this time period has resulted in a new floor of 106,470. So we did not have a cap which exceeded the AMI level. That's also dependent on what you use as an escalator. And so it's important to note within this particular report, the escalator is the average annual increase over a 5-year period of staff increases awarded. So while there's no guarantee that that will peg to AMI performance, it does ensure that county board salaries are not allowed to grow at a rate far in excess of what staff increases are. So for both of those, I actually hope those are frameworks that the region chooses to adopt if they want to move away from arbitrary increases in board member salaries. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I'm glad that we're having some discussion of this. I want to be accountable on this in particular as other issues. So I think ultimately wise not for this for us to have this discussion as a separate agenda item. I will say that this is not, no one has said it today, I don't think, this is not a part-time job. And whatever your convictions are politically, it should still not be a part-time job, in my opinion. So that's a second thought. And I'd say that we need to have the ability for everyone to be able to serve publicly. They shouldn't be financially generously compensated, but you should be able to make, I think AMI is the right standard. And so we need a situation where everyone who has the skills and wants to serve financially can be able to make it work. And certainly this is generous in making it work, but I think it's an important step for governance and the right thing to do so that for, among other considerations, it's not just folks who have means who can serve on this board, which is the history of Virginia and in part the history of Arlington. Thanks.
Thank you. And, I'll just add, not to create a debate, but I will also note that one of the things that's difficult in salary comps with our peer jurisdictions, while it's certainly necessary for us to show what's happening elsewhere in the region, it's also not, in my opinion, true that each of these are created equally, in the sense that Arlington County, among our peers, we are the only ones that have all at-large members, no districts. And so on one hand, you can look at that as our representing on a per capita basis more than any other jurisdiction in the Northern Virginia region, as each of us are responsible for representing all 240,000 Arlingtonians. That's not dispositive of any other way of looking at it. It's just a point to say that we're all a little bit different. And so ultimately, the numbers probably are going to be based on different values in each jurisdiction, but this action puts us well within, I believe, certainly where the region is. We're not the highest, we're not the lowest, and that's probably a safe space for us to be. All right, seeing no other conversation on this, I think we're now ready to move to a vote on Ms. Garvey's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other business before the board?
There's no other business today.
Okay, with that, colleagues, we are going to go on about a 73-hour break and reconvene on Tuesday afternoon. We are in recess.